Alright. I might try out some ADC games as well. So we're doing some support and ADC tonight. We're gonna try to alternate. Because we have autofill protection. Every time you play support, you get autofill protection. So if we play support ADC, we should be protected from autofill. Don't know how to play Aphelios that well, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. Or play against him. I've been watching him in pro, and just like, it's the off gun. Like, that's the thing that's hard to like keep track of. In particular, using it's something like using the flamethrower gun when you have Gravitum as your offhand, and it spreads the Gravitum debuff on everybody. That's the huge problem.
There is no antidote for me.
That's what I've noticed that has been catching a lot of people off guard. And that's tricky is whenever Gravitum gets applied. Because, like, a lot of Aphelios' abilities, they, like, you shoot with your offhand also. And so it applies the stuff from your offhand. And so one trick that I've seen, you know, several different pro players doing is they'll be, like, flamethrowing the wave. And then it just looks like normal flamethrower a little bit. And then just kind of out of nowhere, it'll do, like, the Gravitum flamethrower, where it, like, the little purple, the wave becomes purple, and there's those little, like, whatever obols that fly off of it, and it goes through the minion wave and can hit someone behind it, and if it hits someone behind it, then they can activate the Gravitum to get that root on them, and then the support, like, flashes in and CCs him and all ins and kills him. That's something very common that I've seen, where you just get, like, that Gravitum out of nowhere on the offhand weapon. Either you can do that with the sniper weapon as well, get a long range, like, snipe shot with the Gravitum and root them that way. But yeah, that's the really difficult thing to understand. It's not just, well, what does the basic gun do that they're currently holding, but it's how does that interact with their offhand gun as well. And if they run out of ammo with one gun and they get their next gun, like, right at the start of a fight, what is that going to do? So maybe you don't have the flamethrower gun yet. Maybe you're still on the lifesteal gun. I think the flamethrower is the fourth one. Maybe you don't have the life or the Gravitum or whatever, the flamethrower gun yet. Maybe you've got Gravitum plus the lifesteal gun, and then, like, right before you start the fight, then you exhaust all your ammo on the lifesteal gun, and now you have the flamethrower. But you've got your Gravitum selected, and then out of nowhere you switch over to flamethrower, and you do the flamethrower with the Gravitum, and you root everybody in a team fight. And the enemy can't really see that coming, or it's very difficult for them to see that coming when you're, like, almost out of ammo, and you know which gun you're about to switch to right at the start of the fight, or right, you know, as the fight is about to happen. You use that last little bit of ammo by activating an ability or by, you know, just hitting minions. I might Poseidon. We'll see. If I'm sitting at, like, low diamond for a little bit, if I get to diamond, let me switch up the screen. I know it's black screened here. If I'm sitting at low diamond for a little bit, I'll see what people think. I might level up the alt account. Just so we have, like, some more forward progress. But right now, the plan is mostly just to use it for dodges. Shaco support's really annoying. I think I have to get Doran's Ring in a game that's for real.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Just because of the 60 HP. It's pretty important for all ends. Even though Cass is not like great at all ends early.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
It's just not possible to sink to the level of this competition.
So I am 2-0 with Cass in ranked from yesterday, or maybe 3-0. I can't remember. Although I didn't have huge games, I still feel like I am at a little bit of a disadvantage playing Cassiopeia, but over something like Rakan. But I'm just switching it up. I feel like on average, I am playing better than most ADCs in my games, though, that I get whenever I'm playing support. So that's the thing. So it's just like, can the support play at a level that was similar to what I was playing at? It's kind of the real question. Because at least I'm not dying a lot in the games. Now this one I'll probably go like die 12 times now that I said that. But I'm at least like typically staying close in farm, not dying. It's hard to go all in early because you definitely run out of mana like very early on. You don't have access to blue or anything like that, obviously. Okay. Getting beat down by all those minions. I gotta thin this out a little bit. Almost. Kind of gives me a better sense too of like, you know, kind of what it's like to ADC as well. So I can get a sense for like what maybe something else I should be doing as support in certain situations. Like I know one thing sometimes is I don't like block skill shots enough when I'm like full HP, even on something like Rakan. So even though it's not like a formal tank, I could still be like, you know, blocking skill shots and things like that a little bit more sometimes. That's one thing I've kind of noticed. Be like, wow, that's cool. That support took a bullet for me there. I don't know where they went. I guess he probably backed for tier. Yeah, we got to push in. We got to push in. I'm pretty sure they backed. Like 99% sure they backed, so. I missed too many, but Shaco's gonna come check all these bushes, probably. I gotta make sure he can't disrupt my back. Yeah. Two levels up on Shaco. They do have a lot pushing into them, though. What do I think about the 10.4 bot meta? Well, it's not here yet. I might do a video about 10.4 and release it tomorrow, just what's talking about on the PvE. I mean, what are they changing about the bot meta in 10.4? I'm trying to remember. I remember the jungler stuff. They're nerfing Soraka. Sona is mixed. Sona might actually be a buff. I'm pretty sure he's gone. Maybe I could have all in that with him. I thought he was going to die a lot faster than that, honestly. I didn't get the kill for it, though. That's annoying. Yeah, I may have left him high and dry there. I thought he was going to go down a lot quicker, but maybe we could have turned it. Okay, I'm just going to let this push into me, because Elise is on this side of the map. Aphelios nerf. Okay, Lux probably not gonna matter. Aphelios, from what I remember seeing, it didn't look like it was gonna be that big of a deal. Like he'll still be strong. I can't remember the exact things, but I remember the impression of thinking it's not enough. Although it's one of those things where it's like he's gonna be one of those types of champs, kind of like Callista or Kaisa rather, where, you know, probably gonna have I maybe could have ulted that right there if he was facing me. I didn't notice if the Shaco was facing me or not. But he's probably gonna be one of those champs who's like super good in pro and like not that great in solo queue after like some of these nerfs. They were changing, I think, one of his auto attack resets with his sniper weapon. Lux probably won't matter. Caitlyn buff won't matter. Like, the problem with Caitlyn is not that she doesn't have the potential to be good, it's just most people just don't play her well enough. Like... Shit. Should have ulted first, I guess. Oh my god. Okay, well, we got him. let's go ahead and push this out. Now I can't. I think Rengar's got it though. Nautilus is probably not that happy with me right now, but... So yeah, I don't think it's going to shake it up that much. People already aren't playing Misfortune for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what's up with that. But I feel like Misfortune's still really strong. We're still going to play some, mostly support, but we're just mixing old Cassio. I've been practicing her in normals quite a bit over the last month or two. I hate that delay on the last minion. It always feels like there's a little delay. Okay, well, if he's just gonna roam, I'm just gonna try to punish. Oh, okay, I got it. Nice. I meant to hit the minions, I misclicked. Give me that Gronk.
Turret plating will soon fall.
No. Oh, the jungle stuff, yeah, the jungle stuff is probably the most interesting stuff on the patch, I think. Yeah, I like, I might come to regret this, but I like the idea of, like, Garen and Darius being able to go jungle. Like, bruisery type of champs in the jungle. See how that mixes things up a little bit. What else? They had like 5 champs they were trying to put into the jungle. Like some weird champs that aren't usually in the jungle. Maybe that'll make the junglers... I don't want to berate the junglers too much, but maybe that'll give them something else to talk about whether or not, instead of whether or not jungle is OP or underpowered. I probably should have just run. They're gonna get Dragon now, most likely. I'm gonna trade Rift for Dragon. How much more do I need for that? 1350. That's not yet. It's a certainly T champ. Yeah, more and more I'm coming to think, you know, I'm coming around to the dark side on certainly T. I don't know, like the ambition is cool. It's just like you gotta understand that when you have something like that, it's gonna be like impossible to balance for solo queue. Like it's like a fun and interesting idea for pro play potentially, but a lot of the casters don't even know what's going on with that champ, and it's like their job to know what's going on with all champs, right? Really? Really? There's not even a dragon here. I guess she's waiting on blue. Okay, well, I shouldn't have pushed. I was gonna push and then double back and get golems. I think set can be balanced. I don't know. They found an okay place with Zoe and I think Yasuo is like alright. Thresh is cool. Like he has some champs that are like good. It just takes a while to get him straight. Damn it. Now he caught up. I was up like 20 CS, but that last gank just kind of ruined me. Rengar's down here now. Literally the same shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, God, I didn't want to go up there. I guess I should have just let him die. Like, at least literally just sits in this bush. Like, that's it. So dumb. I should have just pinged him off of that bush, though.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Plat macro. Woo! Sit in the same bush for 20 minutes.
Enemy killing spree.
Does he not want to get that charge?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I don't know. I thought, well, we have Rengar here, but like all three of them sitting in that bush. Like, I guess they just bursted out the Nautilus too quick. Okay.
Ally has been slain.
They're all up there.
Your turret has been destroyed.
we're just getting obliterated now.
Enemy rampage.
Those two bush plays just like won the game, basically. Wow, everybody? Really? I thought we still had a chance to win. They didn't even have Baron. They don't even have a tier 2 tower. We've got Cassiopeia and Kale. I don't know. There's no reason to talk. And that was probably one of the stupidest surrenders I think I've seen in a really long time. No, that was ranked. We literally surrender. Like, they didn't even have a tier 2, right? They may have had tier 2 metal, but they didn't have Baron. We're down like 7 kills. We've got a Kale. Like, I think the Kale was close. I basically had the same farm as Ezreal. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely not a good, like, 2 minutes there, but it's not enough to surrender. Like, Rengar can make plenty of picks later on. Elise is going to fall off. Ezreal's pretty much going to fall off. And you've got a Cassiopeia. We'll move on when I say we move on. We've got a Cassiopeia and a Kale. Like, I don't think we should have surrendered that. We'll do another cast here in a second. If you do 2 in a row, then it opens you up to auto-resolve, or autofill. I'm sorry to hear that, Carlos. It was so dumb. They must have been, like, yelling at each other or something. I don't know. Like, all 4 people? I don't understand. I could see 1 or 2. There's always that one person, right? Who wants to spam surrender vote at 20 minutes. Like, you know. But 4 people? Because you weren't even, like, we weren't even that far behind. Whatever. No, dedicated duck, of course I don't. Pretty much nobody does. I mean, we could have, there's plenty of stuff we could have done a little bit better. Like, maybe I could have all in. I don't know. On that 3v2, Rengar was coming in kind of late. Maybe I could have stayed for that 3v2. Okay. I guess that was a legit question. I thought that was like gonna be an offhand remark to tell me that I should like play a normal or something. I do not like Rakan into what they have going on.
I decide what the tide will bring.
Okay, well, at least we got poor Professor back. I don't know, that was disappointing. Like, I didn't play as well as I could. You know, like I said, there are some times where I could have maybe all-in with the Nautilus a little bit harder earlier on. But I still think the game was winnable for sure. Like, it should have at least waited one more surrender vote. I mean, I don't think we were favored, but really, you shouldn't surrender. If you have like a 20% chance to win or something, you really shouldn't surrender. Like, I pretty much only surrender if we don't have scaling and if people are just like playing extremely poorly and the score, it's just like an impossible, you know, they already are like knocking on the base at 20 minutes. I think Nami's okay in a Nautilus. Similar to, they got a freaking Rengar, though. That's annoying. I think there's a time and a place to maybe give up. Like, I've surrendered a few times, you know, obviously, but I don't think that was one of them. Just to move on to another game and just, like, not get too caught up in your mental. Like, you just know sometimes, like, with the people. But the way they got ahead in that game was not people, like, just being extremely inexperienced on their champs. Like, they got away with just sitting in a bush 3 times and getting plays off of it. Like, the first time, you know, they kind of tricked me. I should have pinged the Nautilus back the second time. But it's like they got away with just, like, really sneaky, like, risky macro that, you know, they were rewarded for. Nah, I mean, you can do presence on Nami if you want to, I guess, but what would your secondary be? Like, coup de grace? I guess I could take the Legend Tenacity rune, but... Well, you'd be surprised. Like, Nami's actually pretty decent, like, against Nautilus. Because, like, when he presses his R on somebody, you can press your wave. And usually disrupt him. Unless he flashes the wave. Because he can't hook through the wave. If he tries to hook through the wave, it knocks him out of it. Like, I've played the other side of this matchup a lot, too. Where I'm the Nautilus into the Nami. And it's a lot more annoying than it would seem to get through the Nami onto somebody. Still don't have Nami with feet? No.
The summoner's rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
We should be able to punish Vayne pretty hard. I've thought about Phase Rush Cassio, but...
That was only a warning shot.
Minions have spawned.
I forgot it offers the 75% slow resist. That's pretty big. I doubt he's going to do the chicken. I can't face check that, though, against Nautilus. I'm just going to have to use my Ghost Poro on Scuttle. maybe he didn't even need... He was basically full health. I probably didn't even need to do anything there. Oh my god. That's a flash.
Headshot.
Yeah, I should have been more cautious.
Boom. Headshot.
I thought we were doing alright in the laning phase, though.
Boom.
People are counting on me.
Boom. Headshot.
Okay. I thought Nautilus was gonna back up. I didn't think he was just gonna walk straight up like that. I thought they knew he was coming, like they had the tri-ward and he was trying to run. That's what it seemed like to me, but... We did not get to 100 likes. By the end of the stream, I think we had 88. So we did get the one bonus for... She had heal too.
Feet are strange.
Yeah, Evan had said something about another 10 if we got to 75. So we got people up to 75. But he was already logged off, I think, when that happened. But yeah, we didn't get up to the full 100. I mean, it's so hard to get to 100 likes, guys. It really is. But all likes are definitely appreciated. You have to reset it, Alistair. It was pushing into that. If you don't push it all the way in, then they're going to get a freeze. It was already pushing into them from the gank. She's dead. Wow, is she actually not dead? No, just a super extended death.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, we can't do anything about it.
We are all tied.
No, not 100 viewers, 100 likes is what we're looking for yesterday.
Swim against the current.
We are still up on CS, so that's good. Caitlyn keeps pushing, though. I don't know. Like, right here, I would probably try to freeze. But... I mean, in general, like, you want to push as Caitlyn, but... Yeah, against Nautilus, especially when they're camping bottom so hard. I'm just gonna put a ward up here for him. Just cause I don't, it's cause I don't think we have control over bottom. Rengar's almost certainly on the bottom side of the map. Yeah, we gotta get out of here. Okay, never mind. He's up there. Nautilus is just going crazy.
Enemy double kill.
Boys.
Boom.
I still hear the sound of the sea.
Boom. Headshot. Boom. Headshot.
Ew.
Can she ult? I should have enough mana. You're still gonna get him though, right? Wait, she queued? No, you had ult mana.
An ally has been slain.
Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Kamoi? I think she may have stopped auto-attacking though. I don't know. I'm almost positive he should have died there, though. One way or another. Holy fuck!
Shut down.
Oh, God. I would probably honestly rather have Vayne than Caitlyn. I don't like either one of them, but... Auto attack speed's just not fast enough.
My people are counting on me.
I might just start picking Kench again into like the Vein Nautilus garbage. I'm getting so sick of those champs.
They are strange. I still hear the song of the sea.
Like maybe if I can use his ult well enough. Nami's not terrible.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Nami's one of the highest win rate supports. But like his Caitlyn just keeps like AFK pushing like over and over and over again when we don't have control of the area. Well, the Soraka nerfs are not in. They're not in until next week when the patch comes out. But the proposed nerfs, I've seen some of them. They've changed a little bit over time. They look a little, I don't know, they're probably okay. They look a little harsh, but yeah. Yeah, I might make a video about all of those proposed changes tomorrow. Yeah, but I mean, we don't, you know, a lot of that stuff is still speculative. Like most of the time that stuff goes through, but there are certain things that don't always go through.
Your turret has been destroyed.
So for example, the Akali one that they kept previewing that everyone was saying was when she gets CC'd, then, you know, for this last patch, when she gets CC'd, then she gets revealed in her smoke for the duration of the CC, but that one never actually went to live. They didn't go through with that change, even though it was on their little tweet.
An ally has been
And it was being previewed, right? You're not walking that bush, man. She's dead. Probably. She somehow got out. I don't know how she got out of that. So, you know, it's a proposed, I like to just call them proposed changes. Like, they're probably going through, but some things don't always go through. I mean, they were previewing, they were previewing the Teemo changes for like 2 months or something last year. They've been previewing these Wukong changes for like 2 or 3 months. Like, some stuff just doesn't go through, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's possible with Lux, but I don't think that's what's really holding her back. I think Lux was kind of a specific time, specific place type of support. The Aftershock nerfs, like that was the main reason that she was popular, was Aftershock made her like pretty good against hard engaged supports for an Enchanter. I don't really see how we come back to this game.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Yeah, this is one where the surrender's probably okay. It's just not happening. They're gonna dive Caitlyn. Well, maybe not. I think they're trying to create some more, with the jungler changes, I think they're trying to create some more counterplay to, especially at maybe higher elos. I don't know. But some more counterplay to things like Lee Sin and Elise. Some stuff that can bang with them early on in the jungle. Seems to me like they want to bring like tanky types of enchants back, but they don't want like actual tanks with CC. Like they don't want Sejuani back in the meta, but you know they're okay with something like Darius jungle or Garen jungle, you know, being okay. Of course, those are kind of meant to be lane bully champs that are sort of slow, so I'm not really sure. I guess they could rush something like Righteous Glory, maybe? I don't know. What the fuck is with the bushes? Like... I don't know. Like I'm not going into that again. We pulled it up on League of Graphs, at least at Platinum and lower. What's up with your Caitlyn? She's bad. Par for the course. I mean, I've been caught several times as well. This is why I've been trying to play something like ADC sometimes. Well, I didn't get soloed. Like, solo means one person kills you. That's what the term solo means, is one.
An ally has been slain.
Like, the Nautilus and the Cassiopeia ran me down.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
I will see my home again.
I don't know. Like I said, I haven't played particularly well this game either. But it also feels like it's just really hard to win. I don't know. I just have to play something. If I'm going to play support, I have to play something like Rakan to make plays. Because anytime I try to play something that's supposed to be good in lane, like we should 100% win the lane. As Nami Caitlyn against Vayne Nautilus, we should definitely win. But like we have to have proper trap usage, and we have to actually apply pressure in the laning phase. But we just don't have that. Who are you talking to? Is nothing personal, kid. I don't know. Who is Jerry? Is that like a Seinfeld reference?
Enemy double kill.
I don't know who Frank Gallagher is, man.
Your turret has been destroyed.
That's sad. Yeah, they picked the Rengar after I picked Nami. That's a problem with a lot of enchanters too. Is like if they pick an assassin who's still pretty popular in jungle and mid. I'm dead again, probably. No, he's dead this time. The hashtag their Rengar versus hashtag our Rengar. That Rengar last game in the early game actually did an alright job though.
An ally has been slain.
Alright, let's... Oh, we already tried to surrender. Why would she run that way? Why don't you run towards me, man?
There's always another way.
Okay. Thanks, personal. My wife watched Shameless a little bit, I think. I don't remember much about it. Is that on, like, cable? I think that's on cable, isn't it? We haven't had cable, so it must have been a long time ago. I don't think we've had cable since, like, 2014 or something. I mean, there's, like, actually literally nothing I can do. I could have not died earlier. I mean, that's something to work on, I suppose. But, like, at this point, it's just like, I mean, I don't know. If we weren't, like, as absurdly behind, we could maybe come back, but it's just like... it just is what it is. I've not... Every time I've seen an Ornn on my team, at least that I can remember, I've not been impressed. I know he's, like, super hot right now in Pro, and he looks, like, good in Pro, but... he just, like, always gets smashed. Never engages properly. He's just a lot harder to play, I guess, than it would seem. I mean, you do have to, like, get his head... He does have, like, several little combos and stuff you have to get used to. So maybe it's just a bunch of people that haven't played Ornn that are playing him. I mean, not that Ornn was our huge problem, but it's just a side observation that I've noticed. It's like, there's been several times where I see something like an Ornn, and I'm like, okay, we've got Engage covered. I might be able to play an Enchanter. And just kind of follow up, right? But then it just never happens. Ornn just always gets smashed and never engages. Once again, not that that was... I mean, pretty much everybody lost that game. So we didn't really have chances for, like, Ornn engages, but... I know, but it's like that can't be happening all the time, right? Like, it's just... It always just... Ornn feels pretty underwhelming. Like, there's some times where he seems good. And you know, I'm not an Ornn expert. I don't know what exactly is going on there, but... No. Yeah, I don't play Zyra, because every time I play Zyra, we lose, which is why I stopped playing her. Yeah, but that was a completely different meta, man. I really think the person who got me, like, the things that got me to Diamond... I mean, back in, like, May, a lot of it was Karma and Lux. And then in, like, the preseason, it was Soraka and Rakan. Like, Zyra is sprinkled in there somewhere. Like, the big problem is, like, sort of what you saw right there with the Caitlyn. Even if you have a lane that you should be winning, like, we should definitely be winning versus a Vayne early as Caitlyn Nami. Like, you can still figure out ways to lose, you know? Oh, it's the Casio person? The thing is, we'll get, like, if they have an assassin, we'll get smashed. I don't know, maybe that puts him on Leona. I'm not sure if that's any better for us, but... I'm trying out I mix in bottom lane sometimes because I'm tired of bottom lane feeding. Nasty is a prophet. I'll tell you what. I don't think anyone's ever thought of that idea in the last year and a half. Maybe people need to switch over to playing engaged supports.
Fortune doesn't favor fools.
I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, I don't know exactly what they are on here. I mean, I just commented about the engaged supports like 30 seconds ago. Like, I do think that the engaged supports are, you know, really good right now, but as I've said before, a lot of them are really dangerous too, potentially, which, I mean, that's why I've been playing Rakan all the time, and I explain that constantly. Every stream is that he's a really good engaged support that's also, like, pretty safe. I'm gonna give her Cassiopeia because she's a one-trick that plays a lot of Cassiopeia. But yes, I do think, you know, engaged supports are obviously really good. I think that there are several enchanters that still have a high win rate, but when we say engaged supports, though, what people mean is Nautilus Leona most of the time, maybe Thresh. That's what people mean. Well, we're gonna wait a second. What are the proposed Soraka nerfs? I think I've talked about this before. Lower mana per level. Oh my god, she lost 400ths off of her attack damage. Like, who originally coded this game to think, you know what? I think we're gonna go with 50.04 attack damage, starting attack damage on Soraka. We were thinking about 54.03, but we think she needs a little bit of a boost. So we're going to give her 50.04. So the self-heal and the scaling is down significantly. Heal over time duration is now 2.5. So I guess you get it faster. But it already, like, healed a lot up front. Hey, what's up, old man? Yeah, not great. In terms of wins tonight, but... Well, engage supports are good because you need engage on your team. Like, that's basically it. And, like, no other role is playing consistent, reliable engage. Like, you've got Ornn, once again, but I just talked about Ornn and how he's typically pretty disappointing, at least in my experience. And I don't know, maybe it's just a lot of people that see him in pro and just haven't played him a lot. It's possible. But you're not seeing a lot of engage out of other roles right now, and you need engage on your team. So it's basically like, if you don't play engage as support, your team's not going to be able to start fights. And that's bad. Bonus movement speed slower. Mana cost is way higher. Oh, they were going to make the health cost free. Like, at all ranks, but now it's the W. Yeah, that's... The mana cost is still pretty high. Okay, we want to play Leona. That's what Ban said. I might end up getting thugged by Aphelios here.
Never pick a fight you can't win.
I think I'm going to have to pick AD, though, because we have an AP jungler and an AP top.
Fortune doesn't favor fools.
Soraka's W now increases her Q heal. So if you already have Rejuvenate on somebody and you W them, it boosts the heal. I mean, I think I remember seeing something kind of like that. I don't know. I think that's pretty harsh nerf. It's pretty big nerf. That's knocking 60 off of the healing, because you got to remember this like is also the healing that applies to allies when you hit a Q and then heal them. And they're nerfing the ratio really hard and the base really hard. Like, what are they trying to accomplish? It's just like an extreme nerf. It costs 50% more mana and like way less movement speed. Like, is that really necessary for like hardcore nerfs with virtually no compensation? Okay, you get a little bit of extra health. Like that doesn't matter. Yeah, I think that's too much. Yeah, they did pick Aphelios. I should have taken the lifesteal rune too instead of Alacrity. Nah, it's not stronger. It looks like the base amount is more, but it's not. Sona's not bad right now. Sona's actually had the highest win rate, I think, as support, or it's certainly up there as the last, on the last patch, I think. She's been trending up because she got that massive buff to her E that they nerfed her last patch, but she had like a huge buff to her E, and she was like 55% win rate in support or something. Oh, I see. If you just put points into your W, your Q healing increases. I haven't seen that one. I saw something where if someone was affected by Revitalize and you healed them, then it increased the heal by an additional amount or something like that. I don't know. It's not, no one like, it depends on the matchup. Sometimes you can max Q, but usually you get 3 points of Q in lane and then you max W outside of lane. Yeah, so she was popular, but like the main thing is just like they nerfed Sona several times last season, I'm pretty sure. And then they buffed Soraka several times. So Soraka was just outshining her in a lot of situations. I don't remember exact, like they nerfed her because of the, I don't remember if it was the Worlds Before Last or when, but because she was being played with Taric in the bot lane, I think they nerfed her Q damage. I should have definitely taken the lifesteal in this lane. I did take Taste of Blood, but the attack speed doesn't matter as much. I should have taken some kind of lifesteal.
I know what I'm doing.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Sona is sort of getting nerfed. It's like if someone gets affected by her aura or something, it's like the mana cost went up a ton, but if you affect someone with your aura, then you get like a refund. Yeah, it was Sona Taric, yeah. Did I not say that? Did I say it wrong? Yeah, it was the Sona Taric bot lane, ended up getting Sona nerfed, and I think what they did was they nerfed her Q scaling, or something like that.
Minions
Like
have
how much
spawned.
damage it does.
Set sail.
No, it's a normal game. I'm playing some ADC just to kind of mix it up. I'm just tired of ADCs constantly underperforming in my game, so I'm just trying it out. I mean, that was the main reason I played support back in the day, was I just got tired of people failing on support in Season 3. Getting filled there and complaining and throwing games. So I used to be a top Rumble main way back in the day. Now, I mean, Sona's not the only champ in the game that would want to play Lich Bane. It'd be OP if they made the cost, like, really low. You don't need Lich Bane on Sona. She has plenty of other good items.
Dangerous, huh? I like that. Sure you can handle me, Summoner?
I have been playing Cassio, but we had, like, it looked like we were going to have a ton of AP on our team.
Bang.
First love.
So it's just going to lifesteal it all right back up.
Nothing but powder monkeys.
Bruh. Okay, well, that was actually ended up being a pretty good trade. Even though it was like a ridiculous
Not a
engage.
problem.
Ended up being okay.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Can we see him?
Don't get cocky.
You gonna get it? Get it.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been
Damn, this sucks. This is gonna freeze outside their base, but I can't stay.
I know what I'm doing.
That did give us priority for dragon though, so that was nice. Sorry,
Set sail.
I think you can still win as support. It just feels like the only support I consistently win on right now is Rakan. So it adds a little variety to the gameplay too. I can play some ADC,
Size.
I think. So for people that want. Guys, can we not feed the Olaf? Jeez. Olaf is like one of the most obnoxious champions in the game if you're trying to play ADC.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Why does the freaking turret get, like, flamethrower ammo? Like, what is wrong with that champion? I think that's the biggest problem, is that his offhand applies, like, different guns. Like, weaponry. Or, like, a bunch of his abilities basically apply as offhand, is what I'm trying to say.
Sure you can handle
And it
me?
creates just these really weird, like, combinations that, like, very difficult to balance. And his ult does a lot of weird stuff, too.
Not a problem.
I'm not sure about that one. I would assume so. You might ult them once it's done. I mean, they're trying to show you what both guns are, but the problem is, like, if one gun runs out of ammo, then the other one, like, you can switch into the other one right before a fight starts and throw people off. I mean, like, pro announcers, like, smart pro announcers, like LS and, Monte Cristo. I listened to Summoning Insight where they were talking about Aphelios. Like, have a hard time following. And clearly some pro players have a hard time following it too because they get caught out. I was saying the Gravitum gun is the big thing that seems to be happening a lot, where he'll, like, use Flamethrower with Gravitum and get that slow on people and then root them. And that can set up for an engage. Or like a Gravitum ult. You get like a 4-person root. Freaking Olaf is a huge problem right now. He just has so much wave clear, so much, just everything. I don't know. I should really learn how to play him, but I think that, like, he's gonna get nerfed a lot, you know?
Step 2.
What the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? How did that slow get on me? That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about with that stupid gravitum gun. Did he hit me with a Q shot or something? Did he hit me with a Q?
You've got dangerous, huh?
And then that let him get the root on me? Because if I wasn't rooted, I was going to be able to get out of that, I'm pretty sure, with my heal. But then he just threw like a random ass like root on me out of nowhere. Because he applied gravitum with his offhand. Somehow. I don't even know what it was. Like, he was just using flamethrower a second ago. I guess maybe he just got the ammo back for his sniper rifle and hit me with a sniper Q. And then applied gravitum off of the sniper Q. Is that, like, that's the only thing I can think of that happened right there.
Enemy double kill.
It's so tilting.
Enemy triple kill.
That's game. Well, he's using Conquer now instead of Klepto on Ezreal. Like, that's why he does more damage. He had, like, his runes used to do, like, no damage before. Now they do damage. How low is she? She's full health. I'm not going to be able to take that down. I'm pretty sure it was a Gravitum. I mean, they're both purple, so it's hard to tell. I'm going to go back and watch that.
Not a problem.
Killing spree.
I'm like 99% sure that Aphelios stunned me with a Gravitum. I don't think Karma was close enough for a root. Maybe she was, and I just wasn't paying attention. Like I said, they're both purple, so it's hard to tell like what's going on. Was it Karma's root? Okay. I'll have to go back and watch. Alright, maybe I messed that up.
Your turret
Okay.
has been destroyed.
Okay. I thought Aphelios hit me with a Q and then rooted me with his Gravitum gun. I've seen that in Pro, like, several times. Where he'll just, like, hit someone with Q or hit someone with Flamethrower and the Gravitum's the offhand. And then he roots people from, like, a million miles away. Oh, this feels so bad. Okay, I gotta sell
Your
Doran's.
turret has been destroyed.
Good feeling about this.
I don't remember seeing the tether, but maybe I was just too tunneled on Olaf. I am going to tunnel a bit more when I play ADC because I'm trying to focus on stuff because everything's not, you know, like second nature yet. Did they, like, change the particle? Because I didn't see the I didn't see the W there either. Oh, what? That didn't bounce. Fuck, I'm dead, aren't I? Okay, she stopped to clear wards instead of clearing me, so that's good. Yes, you shouldn't build lethality on Misfortune right now most of the time. Wait, where the fuck are my... Oh, I didn't change boots! I thought I was still getting the free boots. Okay, I should have gotten boots earlier. I totally forgot I switched off of boots. Try out Ulti Hunter. What? I've killed 3 people, but I've only killed the same person? Guess so.
I know what I need.
I don't know. I remember Tether, unless they just, like, recently, because I played a hell of a lot of Karma back in May, and I've even played her off and on since then, and usually it's a pretty obvious Tether on most skins. Maybe that skin. I don't know. Did they redo the particles on Dark Stars? They just said, hey, you know what? Let's just make them invisible. She's extremely fat. I mean, maybe if Leona gets her. I'm slowed right now by a lot.
Dangerous eyes. I like that. Nothing but powder monkeys.
Never kill him. Kind of wondering if I shouldn't take Boots of Swiftness in this matchup. I'll think about it. I gotta get a dagger. I mean, we're probably just gonna lose, but they have so many slows. Possibly unnecessary, but I didn't want him like flashing over that wall or something. We're just so far behind. We just gotta take whatever we can get.
Not a problem.
I don't feel like I can farm the waves as easily with this bullshit as I can with Cass. I don't have that heal. Leona's freaking 0-6. Maybe there's just no way I can like get around it. People are just gonna feed in like every roll. Just play Rakan and just do the best you can. I thought Leona's like done okay in the laning phase, but
I've got a
part of it's just like, I don't know. I mean, we are neutralizing their bot lane, sort of. Like, at least I'm even in farm. Bro. Come on now. I mean, Echo is a carry, so it's not like super bad, but
Don't get cocky.
I mean, he could probably just run at me under tower and kill me. I'm by myself. It feels like they have 6 people on their team. They have 1 pushing top, open. There's 3 people bottom that are not engaging and fighting. they did manage to kill somebody with their goon squads. That's good.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay, I guess I just rotate top. As soon as I walk out of there, they all walk up and die.
An ally has been slain.
Probably gonna Baron.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Wait, who's the hot take king? What do we...
You got I love
Thoughts on making more champs in the jungle? I think that's fine. If nothing else, then to just placate people. Jungle's already a pretty diverse role, I think. I mean, compared to support and ADC, I think jungle's a really diverse role right now. I mean, in theory, you know, Elise and things like Elise and Lee Sin and all these early game champs are very good at like pro and challenger, Gragas. But I mean, even at lower reloads, you see things like Master Yi can be really strong, Kha'Zix, Rengar, even things like Zac, you know, be all right. I'm dead. Bad idea, bad idea, bad idea. I mean, Echo, yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty, I think it's pretty diverse already, but at the same time, more diversity, not a bad thing. I'm okay with that. Like, they're trying to, basically what it looks like to me is they're trying to put damage-dealing tanks into, like, basically tanks with a lot less CC, but that have more, like, carry potential in the jungle. Like Darius and Garen. And stuff that's, like, pretty easy to play. Because, like, there are, you know, some other carries in the jungle right now, but some of them are, like, harder to play because you have to learn how to kite camps and, like, it's really low sustain on some of them and things like that. Stuff like Kindred or Camille. Camille's been pretty far out of the meta. But yeah, they just want people to feel like they can carry in the jungle more, which I just disagree with that philosophy. I think that junglers should be support 2.0 for the most part, because they have really cheap items, and they have so much power over the early game. But a lot of people just don't like it, and the thing is, like, yeah, it's not popular, but it's just not gonna be if it's support 2.0. I mean, that's just how it works. Everybody hates support. Great counterplay. I lost an awesome champ. It's like literally as soon as I buy my Berserker Greaves. I should have just gotten the movement speed ones, but I don't even think I'd be able to run away with him with Swifties. Well, ADC is a problematic role because the only thing that can be played in ADC historically are AD carries. You know, they tried diversifying that back in the summer of 2018 and people freaking lost their minds. Like, oh my god, it's a Vlad bottom. Oh my god, it's a Cassiopeia bottom. Heimer bottom. People just lost their shit, especially pro players. Because they've practiced one style of champion forever, especially really vocal pro players like Doublelift, have practiced one type of champion forever, and now they're just like offended that they have to learn a different style of champ. It's like every other role has to do that. Like jungle changes every season. Right? Top lane and mid lane are constantly, sort of the meta's constantly shifting. They're constantly having to learn not just new champions, but new styles of champions. And some of those changes have ended careers. Right? Like some ADCs or some top laners are really only good in tank metas. Or that's where they're optimal. And then some of them are really good in carry metas. Like Huni, who's not that great in a tank meta. But they have to adapt. Mid lane has to adapt. Support has been a similar meta for a really long time. Like the Tom and Braum, or recently like the Nautilus, Thresh type of champs. But like most other roles, I'm dead. If I'm like on the same screen as Maokai, I'm dead. It's just 19 to 40. Support's 0 and 10.
Aced.
It is a DPS role, but there's a lot of different DPS, you know what I mean? Like, people weren't freaking out because they had to play Maokai bottom. The people were freaking out, like, by people, I mean, like, Doublelift and other AD carries were freaking out because they had to play Vladimir, or they had to play Cassiopeia, or something like that. Like, still a DPS, ranged DPS, sustained damage. It's just a mage instead of an AD carry. And there are differences, obviously. But, like, it's not like people were asking them to play, like... Now, there was a meta where they were asking Doublelift to play Sona in the bot lane. Like, people were just freaking out because it was mages, you know? Hey, now you gotta learn Heimerdinger. Hey, now you gotta learn Vlad and Cassiopeia. It wasn't even, like, a massive, like, new champion pool. It was, like, just a few mages. And there were still ADCs that were good in that meta. Like, I think that Lucian was still really good. I think that, if I'm remembering correctly, I think that Ezreal was still pretty good. It just wasn't the crit champs. I don't know. Vlad... Well, I mean, what is a battle mage if it's not DPS? Like, he does bursts of damage, but he can do it over longer periods of time. It's not like one round of burst. He's kind of weird because he does sort of like multiple bursts of damage rather than like super steady. So, you know, his chart would look more like a wave pattern in terms of when his DPS is out instead of just like a straight line for flat DPS, or like, you know, a burst assassin, which would be like spike up and fall off a cliff. Well, you could see something like Yasuo bottom if you had a ranged top or a ranged top or a ranged jungler. Like if you had a Kindred jungle, or you know, like a Kennen or something top, you could see it. But I don't. It doesn't even have to be melees. I was just talking more specifically about, like I said, just mages in the bot lane, and people lost their mind. So that I'm saying that's the big balancing problem behind bottom, is that. And that's why there's not a lot of diversity, is that it's the same role every time, all the time. It's like ranged, physical attack damage, like sustained. Aphelios is how they tried to answer that and say, okay, well, let's just make a champion with everything. Pretty much in the bot lane and see how it goes. It's like the ultimate range, like Swiss Army knife. But that's why almost always you see, like, the most congestion in bot lane, like the least diversity of champion pool, because they're all vying to do the exact same thing most of the time, which is physical range damage dealer. And that's why you see, like, mid lane almost always has a pretty diverse pick, right? Like, if you look at most picked here, you've got Yasuo's the highest with 11%, and then everything else is under 10%, right? You'll get top lane, most picked, set, over 10%, 13%, then you have a few 10%ers, but then it goes down from there. I'm just gonna get rid of Nautilus. If they get Leona, whatever, I guess. But like, so kind of diverse. Get in a jungle. Okay, a little bit less diverse. 25 on Lee is a lot. 23 on Elise is a lot. Or actually, that's ban rate. 28 on Lee, and then 14 on Elise. But it's still, there's like 4 champions that are over 10%. Less diverse. But then you start to get into like bot lane, right? Misfortune, 23%. Ezreal, 21%. Lucian, 20%. Aphelios, 15%. Like, there's just not nearly as much diversity. Like, there's so many champions. They're over a 10% pick rate. And a lot of them are concentrated at the very, very top. 3 champs over 20%. Because they're all trying to do the same thing. So there's just the least diversity in 80 carry role.
Let's dance.
Alright, let me scout this out real quick. Teemo I do not like. Not sure about the Callista. That's true, but that doesn't really like negate the case that there's a diversity problem in ADC. Is she on Elise? Yeah. I guess we'll play it. I'm not super thrilled about it, but the viewer count is high. What, on the stream? This is actually kind of low, or like kind of normal. We've been like in 200 to 300 for 2 months or something now. And then support, like, is a little bit more diverse, right? So you've got Thresh at 23, but then, you know, Leona, Nautilus, Senna, Blitz. So I would say in terms of diversity, I think from what we saw, mid is the most diverse, then top, then, like, jungle and support. So it's mid, top, jungle, support, then bottom, I think is how it goes in terms of diversity.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, but there are lots of fun champs in mid and top too. Like, I don't follow you. Are you saying that like ADCs aren't fun, so people gravitate towards a handful of ADCs? But it's because they're all trying to do the same thing. Like, that's my whole point, is that ADCs are always trying to do, like, it's the same type of role. Like, there are fun things in other lanes that people like to play that are popular, right? Like, you've got your Lee Sin in the jungle. You can play Yasuo mid, Yasuo top. But incidentally, that's pretty close to how people would rank influence as well, in terms of overall power. You've got mid lane, and then either top or jungle as like your 2 and your 3. Maybe the support sneaks in at 3, as far as like influence in the game. And then bot's the least diverse, and I think it has the least influence on the game. Oh, Jolty, okay. Sorry, I can't keep up with everything. But, you know, they tried it. To be fair, Riot tries to fix things, and sometimes the community is very resistant to it. Like, they try to do, like, role select, or, like, rank by role, which would have fixed, or I think did, in theory, do a really good job of trying to address autofill problems and one-trick problems. Like, I thought it was a really good idea, but people just abused it, supposedly. I didn't notice any big differences in my game. But it's always like the challenger players that make a big stink about stuff. Like Double If talking about You know, oh my god, I have to play something that a ranged physical damage dealer for the first time in 9 years. Riot, please. And then they changed it back. I don't know. I feel like top is often more impactful than ADC. It just depends. I think mid and jungle are definitely the highest impact, though. And then I think you could make an argument for either support or top, and then ADC. But I mean, it's very dependent on different things. I agree that top is definitely not at the top of impact, but it's weird because like bot lane, people should be camping bot. Bot lane is powerful, but the fact that you're so vulnerable to getting camped early on and you just require so much time to come online for a lot of ADCs. It's a really bizarre meta because games are taking a long time, but ADCs still aren't that strong because no one's playing tanks, even though games are taking a while.
First blood.
Dream.
An enemy has been slain.
Burning through her mana using random W's or E's or whatever it is. Whoa, what? Oh, there's a TP in? Hit the damn Kiana that's in your face, bro.
It's not that I completely lost my sense of hope. It's that the light inside me died a long time ago, leaving a dark, very good-looking soul.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I think the jungle's fine right now, honestly. I think there's a lot of different stuff that's good. I feel like junglers can run away with the game and can be really strong, but then you get punished really hard if you fail in the jungle too.
As far as the eye can see.
As I always say, like, a big power check for me to think about which roles are really strong is I think, okay, if one person in my game, if one role is going to fail, someone's just not going to do very well in that game, who do I want that to be? Who would I pick to fail? If I had to pick a role. And jungler is not one of them that I would pick. I want my jungler to be strong. To know what they're doing. I would probably pick top lane or AD carry. I don't think we're going to be able to get there fast enough. This is going to be a freaking massacre, I'm pretty sure. It's going to be really bad for us. Yeah, we shouldn't even rolled up to that. Felicitous doesn't do enough burst. to kill the misfortune fast enough.
Hotness.
I mean, maybe that's not the best way to think about balance, but that's just another way of thinking about it. It's like, if someone's gonna fail, who do you want it to be?
Then they hold dear, and then laugh.
Has been slain.
Shit, what are we doing? Like, these last 2 minutes are absurd. How is it pushing into them, too? This is so catastrophic. What do you mean? How are you defining worst performing to best performing? We talking win rates or what? Or is that's your opinion of what you would want to fail? I really feel like ADC is not that important. Like, it kind of is, but there's so many games where I see like a fed ADC on our team that this really doesn't matter that much, or a fed ADC on the enemy team, or a feeding one gets carried. There are definitely some really good ones occasionally, but it feels like almost always it's jungle and mid. Some combination of jungle or mid that are determining the game. I mean, they're 6 and we're not because of that catastrophe around the dragon pit. I mean, part of that was my fault. I should have just called him off. Oof. God, that's so much damage.
An ally has been slain. Enemy
Oh my god. Why didn't she ult me in? Is she not 6? Holy shit. How close is she to 6? Oh my god, I could have ignited too and they just turned around and popped me.
shut down.
I ran back initially because I thought she was going to ult me in, but then she's not 6.
I don't like being alone. Oh, and spiky space squids are the worst.
Damn, that was real dumb. I shouldn't have gone back in. I could have ignited her too, and it may have been enough. Sona might have been able to W through it, but I should have thrown the ignite. I was going to W, but my W had like 1 second cooldown, and I didn't realize it. I just was not aware of what was going on there. Thought Callista was 6, thought my W would be off cooldown, and everything was off. Are we not going, bros?
Can't kill evil, but you can wear it like a sweet.
An ally has been slain.
Start stroking out, man. Stopwatch Sona with Guardian. Uses her stopwatch while the Rend is mid-air. Callista flashes a wall to chase her. Dies to tower shots. Jesus. I mean, she's 3-3 though. The thing is, Callista like has a decent mid game, but like her late game is not the best. You also, I mean, we're all right, sort of, in this game. Yeah, there's Elise.
Turret plate will fall soon.
Why is Callista's cooldown like 150 seconds or whatever it is? Well, that probably would have killed us, Yasuo, let's be honest. If you went in on that Sona, we probably would have died. This ult's not OP. It does 0 damage.
I'm just helping it along.
And can potentially, like, throw a support and start a fight. Well, welcome to the meta, Season 10.
Between the rules.
Not gonna get him. Where the meta is basically just find your favorite bush in bot lane and sit in it the entire game.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Find you a snuggly little bush. Just hang out. Yeah, well, she been played like 3 games. Yeah, I literally 3. I guessed that before you typed it, by the way.
An ally has been slain.
I guess we did get a lot of summoners out of it.
That's good, guys.
Get him, Teemo! Come on, Teemo! God, such a freaking worthless champ, man. I don't know. Feels so bad. There's so many people that really love Teemo and hate him. It's just like, I just wish he just was better. They just need to look at champs. I don't know. I don't know how you would balance it or decide it.
Give up.
So we have until what? 19 minutes on Kiana. 20 minutes on Misfortune. Well, sort of. I mean, it's symmetrical with the enemy bot lane too, though.
Double kill.
Like, Yeah, dude, I wasn't even there. Why are you pinging my R? Like, I literally wasn't there. You have no clue which universe you're in right now. I mean, I agree that bot, I think, needs more agency. Oh god, am I gonna get run down? Yeah, Fifi's gonna potentially run me down here. I mean, support is stuck with the AD carry, but to start with, but you can roam. The thing is, support's the only role that, like, where there are champions that are meta, other than, like, Ornn, that can start fights. And so, like, in the mid and the late game, you really need that. And you need those, like, engages to be on point. So I think that, like, support can still be really strong. Why? Why did we not do any damage? You don't see any win condition against the Fed Fiora, you team fight. I mean, we're not favored. We haven't been favored in a single game tonight, I'm pretty sure. But we can still win. I mean, yeah, like, Teemo's bad. So, not just, like, the player, but just the champ, because, like, what do you do with him? Like, he's not great at team fighting. He can't out-split push anybody. I mean, that does suck, but, like, they can still make mistakes.
I'm way more fun now.
If we get them rotating, if I can just lock out vision and we get them rotating, maybe we can make a play on him, like, right here. Or not. Or that. Come on, you slow little Teemo. We're gonna get blown out. We're just going. I mean, you know, you can draw up a million different ways how you can lose any game, but you can also draw up a million different ways how you win any game. I mean, if you're theory crafting. Like, you know, the bottom line is there are, you know, several supports that have higher than a 50% win rate. There are also several ADCs that have higher than 50%. You just have to, like, play them well. But it's hard, you know. I mean, I forced the flash on Sona. I don't know what people want. That's all I can do. Fight him! What is Callista doing? We have 4 people in our base! They literally have 2 people, and we're not trying to fight that. Right? I mean, did I see that wrong? They chased me all the way to our tier 2 with the Yasuo. Teemo might have been dead. I can't remember. I know Callista was around here, right? Like, she could have ulted me to safety at least. I don't know. Yeah, it's just pretty much done. Let's go next.
Living the dream.
Like, I can't even... Why would anyone play... Like... You're gonna constantly get flamed for playing Teemo in gold and higher, unless you're just a god on the champion. Like, why would anyone want to endure that mental harassment 24/7? Aside from just the fact that you're gonna lose a million games... I mean, you have a big macro impact through vision and through roaming. I don't think I would play something that's gonna, like, be really good at farming for split pushing. There's some champs that can split, like, alright. It was better when Banner of the Command was in the game, but... I don't know, man. I would just take it one step at a time. I wouldn't get too overconfident until you hit your goal. Like, you know, a couple weeks into the season, I was running in at like 70% Rakan for like the first 50 games or something like that. I was like, oh yeah, no problem. We're going to be back to Diamond in 2 weeks. And then I don't even know what the hell happened. But just like out of nowhere. It's like the second wave of inexperienced players came back. People who hadn't played in like a year, or at least during the preseason. They were waiting like 2 weeks because everyone tells them, wait until all those noobs get out of there. Don't play at the very beginning. And then they all, I think, they all started coming in at 2 to 3 weeks in. Maybe. I don't know. That's the only theory I can think of. But it's like out of nowhere. I think I've been playing, you know, Rakan mostly. And we were doing like really hot. Like, we were literally, at one point, the number 8 Rakan in North America near the beginning of the season. And then just out of nowhere, you just can't win games anymore. I don't think the meta shifted that much. So, you know, don't take it for granted that you're winning a lot on a champion and think, maybe I should play something else. I mean, maybe, if you want to, but I would not just assume that the winning's always going to be there just because it's currently there, would be my advice. And I would try to get as much elo as you can while you're running hot with something. I wouldn't fold your hot streak. I mean, if you want to try to like learn other stuff, you can, but I really don't think you get punished for one-tricking, I mean, almost ever. In North America. It depends on what you one trick, but you can have a very narrow champion pool and at least get to high diamond or masters if you're really good on those champions. Like, I don't think that like diversity as a concept and like playing around like champion select and stuff like that really becomes relevant until diamond. Well, I mean, if I just played better, I don't know. Like, it seems like that, but the bottom line is there's just something that I'm doing that's, like, not working, obviously, so I gotta figure out what that is and adjust. Nice. They have Cassiopeia bottom. That's pretty obnoxious. I'm okay with that, because that guy doesn't play jungle. Well, that's because Yuumi got, like, hard nerfed, man. I mean, if you're playing a champ that gets, like, hard nerfed, like, that's a different story. Hey, what's up, Daniel? You know, if a champ gets hard nerfed or the meta shifts away from a champ, you have to be able to adjust. But I'm just saying, diversity just for the sake of diversity, like, with no other context behind it, doesn't really matter in League of Legends. I don't think. You know, until you're getting up to, like the 1%, I don't think it's going to, like, just diversity just for the hell of diversity. Like, just being able to play, like, 20 different champions just doesn't really matter outside of just, like, entertainment value. It's not going to actively help you win more games. I don't think. I mean, people will tell you, you know, like, sometimes you hear some arguments, well, certain champions will teach you different aspects of the game. Like, you need to be playing all of these different champions so you learn different aspects of the game. It's like, but it's going to be a very cursory knowledge, right? Like, it's just surface level knowledge. And really, like, you need that deep knowledge on the champions that you're playing, and you only, like, you can watch a bunch of guides and learn some stuff, but you're only going to get that through playing a champion like a million different times, because you're gonna have to see, okay, this weird situation, you know, what do I do here? How do I use this cooldown? How should I position myself? Where should I go? And even just like being able to not tunnel, being able to just like use your mind on macro itself and understand what your champion does a lot in the last hitting and all of that, so you don't have to watch the map so you don't have to watch your actual like screen as much, is really important during the laning phase. What do you mean, what are the pros of League of Legends? Are you saying pro players, or what are the benefits of League of Legends? I mean, if you're talking about the pros of something, then that's always in context compared to something else. Maybe, but it just gives you a really basic knowledge of stuff. I don't know. I think that you improve a lot better if you continue to play the same champs a lot. And you see that over and over and over again, right? Like, a lot of the people, if you've ever been in low diamond or high platinum, a lot of the people that are there are people that, you know, have like 300 games on their top champion. What are the reasons to play League of Legends? I mean, like, you gotta think about what other games are out there, right? We might dodge this one. I mean, you play League of Legends because it depends on the person too. I mean, it's a really tough question. Like, objectively, things that I think are unique and interesting about League of Legends: free to play. I think the biggest thing is there's a huge community around it. Like, there's a lot of content. You know, there are pro games in a bunch of different regions. There are lots of talk shows and analysis shows and guides. There's even like, you know, secondary lore type of stuff for people who do videos or explore champions in depth. There's just like a mountain of content, both about the game and about stuff related to the game. You know, there's even a huge college scene. So it's likely you can... I think I'm just going to dodge this. You got Vayne and Teemo on the same team. I mean, that Teemo does have a nice win rate, but I've been tricked into that so many times. I'm just going to dodge it. I just don't even want to mess with it. So, you know, if I had to say one thing that I think is, like, the thing about League of Legends, it's the huge community. Now, some people will say, you know, some of the players are toxic and whatever, but it's like any competitive game is going to be like that, right? If you go play Overwatch, you go play Dota, like anything that's like a serious competitive game where you're randomly matched with teammates, and you don't know who they are, it's just random teammates, there's going to be things that people are going to consider toxic. Like, that's it. Because it's always in people's nature to try to play or try to blame somebody other than themselves for losses, or just blame something, the system, or blame other people, and things like that, rather than try to figure out what they could do better. But some of that gets kind of hidden away in traditional sports, or like where you have, for most people, where you have like the same team all the time. Then you're working with that team towards the same goal. Like, you can feel a connection with those people, and you learn how to, you know, work around personality differences and playstyle differences and all that kind of stuff. Whereas in League, when you're getting paired with, like, random people, you don't have that kind of, like, team building or camaraderie, and things like that. It's just random people. And like I said, it's the same thing in, like, Overwatch or any other Dota, anything like that. It's not League of Legends itself, I don't think, that promotes that kind of stuff. It's that it's people take it seriously, and you have random people on your team, and they're trying to climb. But that's why you don't see as much of that type of stuff in things like Fortnite, because it's just like an individual game. There's a lot of people that are there, but most of the time it's an individual game, or you're playing with your friends in something that is, a lot of people just don't take that seriously. It's just like, you know, high schoolers or middle schoolers, you know, just getting together with some friends and playing. Or even like WoW or something like that. Although I will say I did run into some toxic people in WoW, but if it's within your own guild, a lot of times you can kind of choose your guild and the kind of people you're associating with. So you can just move somewhere else. You can't really like move out of solo queue. I mean, you can in League bring in your own friends and just play normals, or, you know, bring in your own group of 5 and play flex queue. It's just most people play solo queue. But like solo queue, picking up heroic dungeons and stuff like that, the last time I played WoW, which was like 6 years ago at this point, you know, you would still run into some toxic people. Although not quite as much as League, but... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Daniel. It just, like, I think one thing, too, is that people need to, like, understand why they're playing the game. Or, like, clarify why they're playing the game. Because sometimes, like, you can't have fun and play a huge diversity of champions and expect to get to Challenger next week, you know? And I think a lot of people want everything. And it's like, if you want to play a bunch of different champions and just kind of enjoy that and have some fun, there's nothing wrong with that. You can have fun and play different stuff, sure. But you can't also be upset if you're doing that if you're not climbing. So I think that's the thing, is that people expect that they can first time stuff in ranked or play their off-roll or whatever and climb like instantly. Like, I fully expect to lose some games, you know, if I play AD carry. Anyways, let's look at some of these other changes here. Let me look at this. Are these all on the PBE, or just some of them are on the tweet, some of them are on the PBE? I'm not sure. So the Amumu stuff I like. In general, I'm a big fan of lowering cooldowns, especially on like team fight abilities, especially on weak champions like Amumu. So I like that. More chances to make plays. Aphelios, Mark, resets. Wait, you got 2 auto attack resets off of that? Why? Okay. Turret attacks lowered from 4 to 3. Turret damage taken from ranged attack. Okay, so it's easier to kill him. The range... Oh, it's only 1,300 instead of 1,600. That's good. So they're, you know, they're peeling back some stuff off of him, but he's still going to be too strong on good players. Nerfing Aurelion Sol because, you know, that champion's just everywhere, dominating everything. What the hell? Caitlyn's getting extra attack speed. Bonus attack speed at level 1. Which doesn't... I mean, it's nice, but, like, it's her base attack speed is the problem and why she doesn't scale. Because her base attack speed is trash. I don't think that's going to change much about her. I mean, it's obviously nice, but... Darius, 120% bleed to monsters. Decimate now heals on large monster hits. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe. He's going to be really slow at taking dragons, and he doesn't have any gap closers. But, you know, he's going to potentially be good at invading and bullying out other junglers, maybe. Well, if I played ADC enough, I think I could get my ADC to low diamond. Like, right now, it's not ready for that, but... I feel like Diana's already okay in the jungle. Now our passive does extra damage to monsters. Okay. I really don't like to see them buffing Garen in general. Because, like, Garen gets free healing in the jungle, too. Because they changed that a while ago to where jungle, like, doesn't, like, jungle monsters don't stop his passive from healing. So they're increasing his bonus armor and magic resist by 10%. They're increasing his shield amount. They're increasing his Q damage. Both the AD scaling and the... No, just the AD scaling. So he's going to be, like, you can take Warrior on him now a little bit better. And his Judgment does 150% to monsters. That's pretty strong for clearing, like, Raptors and a lot of stuff. I mean, I could try something like that if people wanted to see that. Gnar, move speed's a big deal. Whoa, what? 300? Every third hit does 300 damage to monsters. It's 6% of their max health. I guess that's only, like, really large monsters, but that's gonna shred, like, Baron and Dragons. Now, that was, like, per rank in it. I don't know how many... Do you max Hyper? That's the W. I don't know if you max Boomerang or Hyper. Huge AD increase.
Please take me.
I think they're trying to make, like, a lot of those junglers, especially the Garen and the Darius, would be good at invading and bullying. But it'd be very risky if you did that, because they don't have escapes, so... We'll see. The Gnar changes are interesting. The AD ratio. I don't know. Amazing might be a strong word. Maybe. His Boomerang does provide some CC. And if you roll up, and you've got your ult. I don't know. I'm gonna take Exhaust for the Rise, maybe. I don't know. I feel like there's not an amazing, like, secondary summoner for Enchanters right now. Like, you can take Barrier. You probably honestly should be taking Heal most of the time as the support, and the ADC should take something else, like Ignite or Exhaust or whatever. Because you get the plus healing and shielding, and you don't have to get that close. Or the ADC could take Cleanse or something. Or TP. Alright, well, we definitely have some good win cons. For once, we have a decent comp. Hopefully it'll be alright.
Welcome to Summoner's
Priest trying to heal you.
I recommend Sticky.
I don't know. When I was in there, there were just some dirtbags. Like, the most dirtbag thing that I saw was there was this guild that was trying to down Heroic Highball, and they were having a hard... This was, like, pretty close to when that raid came out. I think that was before Mythic was even available. And I was trying to bounce around from guild to guild for a while. Because I kept either finding people that were too casual, that weren't interested in doing Mythic, or people that were just, like, jerks. It's really hard to find a balance of people that are serious about trying to progress, but were like competent and good, but that weren't like jerks. And I just gave up after like 5 guilds. I tried merging guilds, like doing all kinds of stuff. Remember, these guys had me in there, and we were working to down this thing for probably like 2 hours or something. We finally did it. I had the highest healing on my druid. Like, I was instrumental, borderline MVP in that fight, because there was a lot of AoE damage going out with healing. I was not screwing up. I was not detonating the mines. I was not standing in the fire. Like, I was not the person dying, or like the person for the wipes in a lot of games. And then after we did all that, there was a like a staff or something that dropped that was pretty good. And then they told me that I couldn't roll on the staff. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and they're like, well, we need to like keep this in our guild or whatever. I'm like, bitch, you need to tell me that before, if you're not gonna let me loot, because that was one of the only reasons I was doing that, was because there was a nice like staff upgrade. That was one of the few items that could have been solid, and they didn't let me roll on it. And I told their guild guy, I thought that was messed up. Why would you not wait until we pop 2 to go invisible there? But yeah, so that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. It's like people trolling and stuff like that. And they were mean too. Like, I was having to aside from that, I mean, I think that the guild leader sort of knew that I was talking to him about it. He sort of knew that was shady, but he said, like, there's a lot of his officers and people were saying that needs to be, like, stay in their guild or whatever. And that they gave it to this other guy. I mean, it was not like the best staff available. It wasn't like best in slot, but it was a damn good. It was a good upgrade. But anyways, so that was, you know, that's the kind of like toxicity you would see sometimes in like hugs and things like that. I think I even asked them if I could roll, like, when it started. I was like, are y'all doing roll or master looter? They're like, we're gonna do master looter, but, you know, we'll let you roll on it or whatever. Like, okay.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Guys, I'm not spending 2 hours in here just for fun. Like, I mean, I'm not like a loot whore. I don't always have to have loot. My thing is, like, if you're not gonna let somebody, like a random person, like, get the loot, then, like, you need to tell them that. That's my thing. Like, I understand the philosophy and what they were doing there, wanting to keep it. It makes sense. Because, you know, they're trying to progress, they need the stuff, but, like, if they would have given it to me, if they did that really nice gesture, I maybe have joined their guild. And then they would have had a really strong extra healer who also has that loot. But because they treated it that way, then I didn't join their guild. They actually asked me to join the guild, like, I don't know, later that day. They're like, hey, we talked about it. We thought you did really well on this. You know, do you want to join our guild? I'm like, no, you guys fucking ninja'd me out of that loot. Like, the fuck? You're gonna ask me to join your guild now? Hey, what's up, Leah? Yeah, I got hooked, dude.
Yep, that tasted purple.
An enemy has been slain.
It's like always a pet peeve of mine when people like question mark ping for like a missed flash or a missed like skill shot. It's like, what's the point? Like, yeah, you missed it. Yeah, it'd be awesome if I flashed every blitz hook that ever came in, but I got hit by that one. Well, I couldn't need on it. It wasn't a, it was master loot. As it is, you know, when it's like a guild run, they're gonna do master loot. If it's like a serious guild, most of the time. To try to prevent ninjas and things like that. Which, once again, I totally get that. I mean, they don't know who I am. They don't know if I'm gonna, like, need roll on everything that's, like, just disenchanted or something, you know? Why, though? Why?
Never look at two.
Serrated Dirk. What the fuck is wrong with people?
I'll be right under the nose.
Well, like, yeah, so what they would do is it's master loot, but then they would let people who they thought were eligible for it roll. So it wasn't like full-on loot council. Well, they may have changed it to full-on loot council, but what a lot of people will do, at least in my experience, either you'll have a DKP system, which is like kind of complicated to keep track of. I don't know if people do that anymore. But basically, the more bosses you kill, the more involved you are with the guild, the more likely it is that you're going to be able to get a piece of loot at some point. I like the DKP system. I think it's very mathematical and fair. But it is a lot of bookkeeping.
They can play this at your feet. It's me!
Like, why?
You'll see now with
But why go invisible if you're just going to auto-attack the creep in 2 seconds? It doesn't empower your autos. It gives you extra attack speed, but it's not going to help you last hit the cannon. Like, what? I don't understand what's going on here.
Shut down.
that tasted purple.
Well, I mean, if you're going to get lethality, you should get it early. Like, it's correct if you're going to build lethality to, you know, get it early. You don't want it later. But, at the same time, you don't really want lethality on Twitch. It does give you a slightly stronger early game, but, like, it should scale, you know?
I was hiding!
What's this gonna... I mean, it's probably not that hard to keep track of. I've never done that. I've been like healing officer and stuff in several guilds, but I've never been like the full-on GM because I just didn't want to take all the time for all that.
Hi.
I'm too busy for all that stuff. I was still like in grad school, married, you know. I had all kinds of stuff going on the last time I played. The thing that was most discouraging to me about WoW and why I got out of it was just no one wanted to be like Plan B. anymore in the guild. Like, no one wanted to be on the bench in the guild, which sounds weird. I mean, no one does, but like back in the Burning Crusade, we had backups. I could have healed or shielded. She triggered the press the attack on me. The love tap PTA combo. Well, the reward for being a guild leader is you make all the decisions for the guild, you know, like that's, or a lot of them. Yeah, I should have shielded. I got too greedy sticking around. So that was bad. Typically, the guild leader is the main tank a lot of times. It is very hard to get into a top-end guild and be the tank because there just aren't that many. There are some, but like it's rare. So you get to be the main tank, and that typically means that you get, you know, first dibs on pretty much all the loot that's relevant for you. And you just, you know, you get to try to make a good environment, you know, but it does take a lot of work, but there is some, you know, payoff to it. People probably hook you up with stuff, you know, if you need it or whatever, you need help crafting, you need whatever, you need a little gold for something. But yeah, it's just not something that I wanted to try to manage. Did I W her? I thought my W was on cooldown from, maybe it was up again. I might have W'd the Yi also. I'm not sure. Woo. Almost died that time too. He's gonna flash on me.
I was hiding.
I'm dead. Yeah. Saw the Blitzcrank, knew I was dead. I don't know, Amir. I don't look at all those. I can tell you it's the #1 esport in all of those regions. But I can't confirm or deny any of those things.
Shut down.
I mean, I assume there are like some mobile games that are kind of popular. Like I know mobile's really popular in China. So that might have something to do with it. But it's certainly not like a lack of popularity of League of Legends players or professional scene. Maybe unnecessary to exhaust him. I just didn't want him to just turn around in one shot. Although the exhaust wouldn't even stop the true damage, so it's probably just a waste of time.
Yep, that tasted purple.
Yeah. Jesus H. Dude, this like hide in the bush shit, man. All night. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you can always say, well, you should have dodged the hook, you know? Like, that's the response to everything from Blitzcrank. But if everybody did that, Blitzcrank could have a 0% win rate. Like, it's not like you just dodge it. Like, I know I need to dodge it, but, you know, he could hit it. Like, it's not just, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's a person that's aiming it. So it's like you could say, well, I should dodge every hook, and you could also say from the Blitzcrank side, Blitzcrank should hit every hook. He should have a 100% win rate, you know, but that's just not the reality of it. I mean, it's a very binary outcome, but...
Double kill. Rampage.
Sneaky, sneaky.
I recommend skipping.
Still don't have, like, any vision.
I'll be right on.
How is Lulu? She's okay. I think she's good with Twitch and Master Yi, which is why I've got him. Why is it taking him so long to kill that tower top? Oh my god. They've been on it for like 4 waves or something. She's alright right now. I mean, there's really no, like... There's really no way I was getting away. Like, he can press W, he has Moby boots, like, it's just not happening. Well, people don't watch it on YouTube. Like, it's probably first place on Twitch right now. People are probably watching, like, mobile stuff on YouTube. I mean, I don't know, guys. I can tell you, like, League is extremely popular, though, in general. People are probably watching, like, weird stuff on YouTube that, like, isn't top on Twitch. I mean, what are the top games right now? Is it like, I don't even know what the mobile games are. Candy Crush-esque type of games.
An ally has been slain.
You really doubting League's popularity? Yeah. Dead
An
game.
enemy has been slain.
That doesn't make any sense, Amir. Like, that's a ratio of people that are playing. Like, you could have, like, literally every single person on Earth could be playing League, and you would not be guaranteed to get mid every game if 50% of those people wanted to play mid. Well, people don't play Enchanters because they don't believe that they have a high impact, but most of the Enchanters have a pretty high win rate. Like, almost all of them are over 50. And historically, Enchanters have had the highest win rates in solo queue among, you know, all types of champs. Like, right now, Nautilus and Leona are pretty... yeah, man, but you understand what I'm saying, Amir? Like, that doesn't, like, logically make any sense. Like, that's a proportion of a player-based thing, not a raw number thing. You get hooked, that's gonna be bad. Don't have any vision, okay. Crank's such a strong counter pick to Lulu. Pretty obnoxious. Maybe we just win with Yi, though. God. I guess we shouldn't have tried that. Yi, like, didn't even alpha. I thought he was gonna alpha, and then as soon as he woke up from alpha, I could ult and we kill him. But they still had so many resources. Well, there are some people that come to YouTube to watch streams. It just depends on if you're stream royalty or not. You know, I get way more views. Like, right now, I've got 340 something concurrent on YouTube. And when I tried streaming on Twitch for 2 months, I averaged 53. 53. So I have 6 times more viewers right now. Yeah, I have a warding trinket because this is not even complete, guys. We've been destroyed so hard. I need to just get the relic shield. Why is Yi not peeling off of that? Like, dude, there's people fighting.
An enemy has been slain.
We should have just stayed on it. I don't know why Diana was goofing around. Like, their jungler's bottom. There's no way they steal it. That was a huge mistake from Diana. Maybe we should just let her die though. I should have stayed on it with him. Yeah, streamer royalty. The people that like, you know, a very, very large amount of the views on Twitch are like the very top people. Like, I don't know the hard stats of that, but I would say something along the lines of probably 80% of Twitch's watch time is devoted to the top 20% of streamers. So it's like very, very heavily concentrated towards the people that... Very heavily concentrated towards the people that are already very successful. So in other words, extremely difficult to break into if you're not already established. And I think that YouTube does a lot better job of promoting content for people that are... That's what I think. That was my experience. I think that's the experience of a lot of people. That's why I tell people, you know, if you're brand new, you know, I think YouTube's just a better platform for new people in general. I think it does a much better job of promoting new people. Occasionally you get some promotions towards, you know, some like smaller streams on Twitch, but I just don't think it happened. I mean, when I was there for 2 months, I don't even know if we ended up like with a single person that like came organically from Twitch that had never heard of me on YouTube, had never watched any of my YouTube stuff, and like stayed and became like, you know, a relatively permanent fixture in the community. I don't think that ever happened. I think pretty much everybody that was there is just a watered down YouTube crowd. It's like a bunch of people from YouTube didn't like Twitch or couldn't connect with it or whatever. And so basically I just lost a lot of like viewers by trying to go over there. No, I understand that. Like, so here's the thing. There's a difference between something being the #1 platform overall, like what do people want to go watch in terms of streaming, and what's best for new content creators. It could be the same thing, but in this case, I don't think it's the same thing. I think that Twitch has the most, it's still the most viewed by far, and it still is the destination people think of for streaming a lot. But if you're not one of those top 20%, it might even be more concentrated than that. If you're not one of those top 20%, you're not going to get a lot of views. That's what I'm saying. So even though YouTube is a smaller platform, it is a better platform for people that have like under 1,000 viewers. That's what I think. If your goal is to grow, I think it's a lot easier to grow on YouTube. Even monetization, I think, is better on YouTube than it is on Twitch. Now, Twitch has changed some about that, but one of the most shocking things to me, I lost a lot of money when I went over there because they don't give you any ad revenue. Oh my god. Dude, don't ping him. He knows he effed up, man. Like, you don't need to ping that. Why? He's not thinking to himself, wow, that was awesome. I just wasted my flash. Like, he knows he screwed up. You don't need to ping it. I think the only stuff that's worth pinging is just like either actual communication or if someone is doing something macro that's wrong. Like they're in the wrong place at the wrong time or something. I mean, this Diana, dude, we don't want to take that. Like, our two strongest people are bot lane right now. That, I mean, like, I'm trying to think of an analogy for that. It's hard to think of an analogy offhand when I'm trying to play. That's just my experience. You know, like I said, I don't have the hard data in front of me or whatever. But the fact that Twitch didn't give you any ad revenue and still ran ads even when you were the affiliate or whatever, which only requires like an average of 10 viewers or something like, or maybe even 3 viewers, I don't remember. I think they've changed that, maybe, where you get some ad revenue, but that was really rough. Yeah, it's hard to get in. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that I think that Twitch or like YouTube is easier to get discovered on, even if we've had full control over most of this game and they have like all 4 dragons. It's pretty obnoxious. I mean, we scale so hard, if we just get a good clean fight and people stop trolling, I think we'll just win anyways. Like, their only real like win con is Udyr split pushing or Rise split pushing at this point, I think. Or like a blitz grab. We don't know where blitz is. So as a viewer, if I was just like, hey, I'm gonna go watch some random games, I have no clue like who I want to watch, I just want to go watch some games live, yeah, I'd probably go to Twitch. But as a content creator, if I was thinking, okay, I just want to like get discovered, I want to get my name out there, get some people to just check me out, I'd rather go to YouTube. So I just think nobody's gonna be scrolling down to the, you know, 10,000th person with one viewer on Twitch, you know. Just the way that it's organized and how it gets searched and stuff like that, I think is rough. Dude, pick something and go. I don't care which direction, just pick a direction and go. Are we not gonna go? Like, can we go? Why is... I don't understand why Twitch and Yi aren't going. Why did Twitch back? As long as they don't get a hook on him. I think we just win off this, right? We're gonna try to kill this Rise. We need to group up.
An ally has been slain.
Why aren't... God bless this fucking Diana, dude. Yeah, Diana, because we don't have pressure, man. She's so dumb. Gotta wait on Diana. She's trying to blame the Twitch for going top. I mean, Twitch should not have gone top. That's true. Oh, Jesus. Okay, Udyr's gone. Okay, we just win. I think it's just basically set. Alright, we just win just because we have, like, really strong scaling champs. That's basically it. Alright, done. Oh my god. Okay, he's gonna get him, though. champion. Yeah, Twitch's build is terrible. I mean, I guess he got Edge of Night because he's afraid of getting hooked by Blitz. So, like, that's not bad. I get it was like a third item maybe, but he like rushed it very first item. It's because they don't understand, which is why they have bad macro. It's like a, I don't know, a negative circle, negative feedback loop. They keep blaming other people for their poor macro because they don't understand macro, and then they don't understand macro because they keep blaming other people for their poor macro. It's just a feedback loop. Well, you guys lost because we just had a better comp, like late game. I mean, Zillion Lulu with 3 hyper carries that all benefit from movement speed and attack speed is like just gonna win. If they don't close out the game. I mean, they had some chances. They were kind of ahead for a little while there, but I mean, we just outscaled them so hard. It didn't matter if they had soul or like what they had. There's just no way we were going to lose that fight. Like a 5v5. I mean, how do they win? Like Udir's worthless in a 5v5. Blitz is worthless in a 5v5. You know, Misfortune and Rise are all right, but like Twitch is Yee's sustained damage is just ridiculous. Like it's so high. Twitch's sustained damage is ridiculous. Then you had to go through the Zillion ult and the Lulu ult. And like all of the Diana like stuff that she does. Like there's just no way they're gonna win. Is that Udyr saying Misfortune didn't do anything? Yeah. The 0-9 guy who like I literally don't think he was at a single fight is like complaining about his teammates. I think he ganked bottom once. $9K Udyr, nice. I mean, to be fair, he can't do anything. Like, he should have been split pushing, but I don't know. That game was just hard for us to lose because we had such a good comp, even though, you know, I had a really bad early game. Okay, let me go refill my drink. I'm just going to run one ad, refill the drink, and then we'll be back. I'll go ahead and put us in queue. Well, the ad only shows on certain people's screens. Well, Udyr can early game brawl, and he can skirmish if he gets ahead. He's not a great jungler right now overall. I think he has a pretty good win rate, but he's very early game, and he pretty much has to brawl and has to split push. So he's got like a 52.5% win rate. It's definitely not the highest, but it's higher than you might think. Hey, what's up, Crying Heist? That was a rough one. Our comp was just so good that like late game we just couldn't lose it. What's up, Juan? I can't read that much Spanish, unfortunately. Yeah, I had kind of a bit of an early game, man. That that Blitzcrank just hosed us so hard. I should have flashed one or two of those early hooks. But we ended up outscaling. I didn't get ward. I don't even remember when I completed my ward item. It was like 22 minutes. It was ridiculous because we couldn't step up. It was so hard to step up to the blitz. I just got countered pretty hard. Now, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't sure about that serrated Dirk that you opened with there, but you know, getting that early Edge of Night, you know, that kind of makes sense. Because, like, given our team comp, because we had so many other ways to carry too, like with the Diana and the Yi, we had plenty of damage, so I think, you know, it seems weird, but maybe in that circumstance,
I must not fall.
against the Blitzcrank hook that's, you know, doing really well against us bottom, if you just stay alive, you know, maybe that makes sense. I thought you were going to do like Ghost Blade or something, and I was just like, no, but getting an early defensive item, maybe that was pretty good. It does early. I was just afraid we wouldn't scale. Like, I was just thinking you needed Blade, Hurricane, ASAP, like usual, but, you know, like I said, we already had a lot of scaling, so. Maybe that's alright. It does. I mean, it's good. It is good early. I was just thinking we were sacrificing too much mid-game by getting that.
Let's dance.
Maybe I'm wrong. I just don't see it that often. Because I usually think of Twitch as kind of a mid to late game champ. But the Edge of Night, specifically against Blitzcrank, when they didn't have that much poke, I think maybe Misfortune's E might be able to knock it off. I can't remember if her E knocks it off or not. I know there are some things that don't get rid of Spell Shield. But I can't remember if that was one of them or not. I don't know if we have experience on these champs or not. I guess we're probably just going to have to play it. I didn't... Talking too much, didn't scout. Alright, we're in it. Yeah, I mean, playing as ADC feels real bad if you're behind. Most of the time. A lot of them don't have that much utility outside of Aphelios. You basically just, like, damage. And if people just don't heal for you, it's tough.
Riku, how can you be tired already? We just got here.
Well, usually, I didn't see his win rate. We had someone yesterday, it was Silver 1, that literally had like a 38, he was like 38-0 or something.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I don't even mind that much, as long as like the person has a high win rate if they're lower ranked. Because who cares? I mean, honestly, most of these games. I mean, I hate to say they look silver and stuff like that because most. You gotta always keep stuff in perspective. Like if we dropped even some of the worst players that we see in these platinum games into a silver game, they would look like gods. Probably. They just look bad because they're playing against their peers and they're having a bad game. They might be on a champion they don't know or something like that.
Living the dream.
I mean, I have some really bad games too from time to time. Hey, thanks, Carlos. Have a good drive home, buddy. Dude, why are you don't pull that, dude. What? You gonna throw off Shaco's boxes, man? Unless he was saying to pull it. I mean, I have chat disabled, so I don't know. Well, we are definitely gonna get... We're definitely gonna lose the level 2 here.
I only believe in myself. Ooh, and
well, they are respecting us a lot. They are really scared. They must have something. That's got to be warded. There's no way they back off that much without a ward. I mean, Lucian is kind of spooky early, but... Or, like, their support's just straight AFK. He may have tried to roam. Okay, he thought they were going to invade blue, and he tried to roam up there. Something's definitely warded. So, the stun range on some of those Bard hits.
to the beat. The beat of darkness.
I have to be really careful trying to W in, unless I see Bard waste his Q, because if he Qs me into a wall or into minions or something, it's really going to hurt.
I don't apologize for doing my thing. Used to be a square. Then I embraced the darkness. Woohoo!
Wow, we've zoned him off of so much, and we're still barely up. A good Caitlyn is pretty actually obnoxious for Rakan to deal with because of those traps.
Safety. Pouring. Let's start a fight.
He just used his dash. Alright, I'll wait for Shaco to show up.
I do what I want.
I shouldn't have used my Ignite there. I wanted to get the Ignite off before her heal came through. I thought we were going to get that knock up. Apparently not. Scuttle just went down.
Woohoo! I feel a fight coming.
For real. to wait on my W.
Kidding themselves.
Ah, that was a roam gone wrong. Should have just held on to my W.
Sucks without Saya. But it is less complicated.
This is so freaking weird. I guess positioning for the last minute or so.
Universe and chaos. I'm just helping it along. I love evil, and evil loves me.
I forgot they changed it to where you get extra Poro for spotting people now.
Perfection doesn't exist.
Maybe you didn't need to flash there.
An enemy has been slain.
Hey, thanks, Dylan. I appreciate it.
You're gonna go stare in the mirror. It's daily application.
What is PV, man?
Stars are just sad, lonely light bulbs floating in space, evolving endlessly in a cycle they can't control. Anyone have chocolate? I'm craving chocolate. Life is way more fun when you give up the rules.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
He's gonna have to come up eventually. I'm like 99% sure this is not. Oh my god.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Boys, that's on the other side of their towers.
This place will look different when we're in charge, Riku. More dark matter? Dark matter everywhere. As far as the eye can see. Way more fun now.
I did miss a cannon creep there, but I was hoping they would step up. I mean, Caitlyn's just going to give up like 100 CS, pretty much. I thought he was on board. I thought he was down for, you know, pressuring. But he did step up with me last time. What? Bro. I was trying not to KS that. Just let the Diana get it, dude. Let the clone get aggro, then let Diana get it. Yeah, Garen, you are the one feeding. Lucian gotta kill middle.
An ally has been slain.
When Zaya and I were abandoned on a desolate mountain, I don't like being alone.
Yeah, I was hoping I didn't get greedy trying to get both of them there.
Sometimes we agents of darkness need a break.
Good job, Aaron.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret
Yeah, I think you gave him plenty of chances.
Cloak is woven from the wisdom
I didn't read the first what he was saying. I assume it was just more ins and ms and just random stuff. Might actually literally be a bot. Why did they give up? Like, you know I'm Rakan? Okay, we got him though.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Gonna go stare in the mirror. It's daily application.
Just gibberish. Pretty close one. Okay, good. Shaco's going AP also. I think AP Shaco is just way better than AD Shaco right now.
Live in the dream.
That's an ant. He done anted.
New hotness.
We actually gonna get her? Okay. Whatever, they can have a dragon if we're gonna get base towers.
I only believe in myself and Saya.
An enemy has been slain.
Got him.
You have slain an enemy.
Got him, coach. Red Garen's name. Like a light eye? Like a light eye? Is that a song or something? Well, Enchanters in the top lane is not good, like, for the game. Because they cheat on the items. Like, if they want Enchanters to be in the top lane, they'd have to increase... Like, they'd have to basically make
Destroy everything they hold dear.
Enchanters in the bot lane gain a ton of extra gold and just normalize the cost of all the Enchanter items. Like, make Ardent Censer, give it bigger stats, and make it 3,000 gold. And do that for all of the items. And then just, like, give supports just way more gold. in the bot lane, which people would 100% complain about all the time. So if you're going to have support unique items on a low budget, you can't have people in other lanes building those items consistently, or it creates balance problems. So that's why. It's because it's Sona, because those champs get those really cheap items. Like, that's the main issue. It lets them cheat on the power curve. Riot really does not want people buying items in solo lanes that are below 2,500 gold. That was kind of iffy. Messed up on my controller there. So that's the issue. It's not that they hate Sona or Soraka specifically. It is partially that because the community overall does not want to play that in top lane. Or why the community is, but it's because they cheat on items. It's a huge part of it. Same reason Ivern got nerfed so hard a long time ago. And putting more bruisers in the jungle, I think, is okay. I mean, Darius and Garen. I don't know. We'll see. I think the jungle's already pretty diverse. Especially under, like, under Diamond. No, let's back up. Let's back up. Hey, thanks, HA. Yeah, I'm going to try out a little bit more. I don't know. We haven't been winning a ton with it. The games we did win when I played Cassiopeia, it didn't feel like I was, like, one of the main reasons why, though. I feel like we were kind of getting carried in some of those games. I don't know, is that like a song reference or something? I don't understand it. Yeah, we're way overstaying here. I don't have any mana. We're just gonna give him a free ace, basically. That's interesting. Her E goes through the trap. That was memed a lot. Okay. I don't even know who Travis Scott is. I don't know who anybody is these days. It's like pop culture, hardly.
I do what I want. No Stargard sings.
Dude, how the fuck does she walk out of that? Like, what is wrong with people? I guess I missed my W, to be fair. Oh my god, we're gonna lose this game. We're actually gonna find a way to lose this game by hanging out in their base for too long. That one time, that's pretty much gonna be it. We need to get it together. I mean, we don't scale like super well. It's not like the Twitch game where it's like impossible to lose. Mundo does so much damage. We did get the dragon. We've seen a setup around here. What the fuck is actually going on? How did we go from like high platinum diamond play to like literally iron 4? Like chasing somebody between towers, walking onto a Caitlyn trap, and getting like insta blown up. Yeah, but I had my ult going. I should have hit Riven with the W. I mean, that was 100% my fault. I mean, I don't think Riven should have been able to outplay that. We need to get it together. I think people are just like really tilted or something. I don't know. When in doubt, hide in a bush. The old plat. That's the way of the plat. We don't have Lucian. This is gonna be bad.
It is less complicated.
Like, we didn't have Lucian. It was so stupid. Like, that whole sequence was ridiculous. And we might lose this game because everyone is fucking around in their base. Got the superhero villain thing.
The universe tends towards chaos.
What happened? We've been throwing straight for like 5 minutes. People keep just running in 1v1. Like Lucian or Riven had a stopwatch. We overcommitted. We got her flash. We got her stopwatch. That's fine. And then Diana ran in there. After we'd already used a lot of our cooldowns, Shaco didn't have his ult. I didn't have my ult. And she runs in there and tries to 1v9 everybody. It's like, dude, they have an Echo. Like, you're not going to blow him up. You're not blowing up Mundo. Instantly, like 1v9, like you're gonna have to actually think.
I am so far past redemption, I am in fun zone. Population Rakan.
Holy fuck. Unbelievable. I was like 1-0 and 18. We're just gonna lose all that. Diana could have TP'd into the middle of that anytime she wanted. Caitlyn should have died instantly. I can't believe it. I think the client sometimes is like, hey, we recognize that you probably want to say a lot of things to your teammates. So we're just going to go ahead and pretend the game is still in progress and lag you out. I think it might actually do that. If there's a huge deficit and there's a comeback, it might actually hold you longer. So that people will like leave the chat and maybe not say as much. Unbelievable. Like, actually unbelievable. It was so bad. Like, we literally threw, like, 6 fights in a row or something like that in order for them to come back. Like, the one in their base where we just overstayed, like, Garen, or it was probably Diana, was trying to 2v5. And then Garen and I got roped into it. I just want to see what the gold differential was. We're up 6,000 gold. And we lost it all in 3 minutes. We gave them 6,000 gold within 3 minutes. Within 8 minutes. So what is this? 32 to 25. So 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, there was a 12,000 gold swing. We were up 6 to down 6 in 7 minutes. Just think about that. How do you even get to 12,000 gold in 7 minutes? Honestly, I'm not even mathematically sure how that's possible. Like, a tower gives 750 gold. A Baron gives 1,500 gold. So Barons, even if they did Baron and took like 5 towers, that would still only be like 5,000 gold. So that's 7,000 gold in like deaths. I mean, it almost literally has to be on spawn. People die again. People die within like 20 seconds on spawn. Like, in that 7 minutes, like most people on the team must have averaged like 5 deaths. Like almost literally. Because if you have 5 deaths for 4 people, I died twice. Actually, I died 3 times, I think, in that sequence. And I was the person who died the least, I'll guarantee you. In everything that was going on there. So if everybody died, like, on average, maybe 4 times, then that would be, like, 1,500 gold. So that'd be 6,000 gold. So I guess that would almost get you there if they took, like, 3 towers, maybe 4 towers. Would be like 2,500 gold. Everybody averaged 4 deaths. That would be 6,000 gold. That'd take us to 10,000. And then the Baron. That is true on the shutdown. If there was like 1,000 gold shutdown on some people, then the assist money goes up too off of that. was one of the hardest throws I think I've seen in a long time. That quickly. $12,000 gold in 7 minutes is almost 2,000 gold a minute. On average, over that time period. It's probably like 1,700 gold a minute. Well, I mean, that's why you gotta play stuff that scales, because your team's just gonna do stupid crap. And like at the end of the game, the Shaco just couldn't do anything. Lucian is pretty worthless. Garen is pretty worthless. I mean, I was like 1-0 and 18, and we had 2 inhibitors down. Like, everybody on our team was up like an item or 2. I think the score was like 40 to 20 or something at that point. I might dodge this. I really don't like our comp. Unless everybody's like God mode with their champs. I don't like Caitlyn. Luft is like basically first timing Urgot. That guy's pretty good on Elise. I'm gonna dodge it. It was 26 to 10. And we ended 30 to 31. So that means we went 4 and 21 when we were up that much. So they got 17 kills. That's pretty close to what I said, like an average of 4 deaths per person. The Elise is okay. It's just like, I just don't trust Caitlyn picks. You fall off really hard late game. The Annie counters Ahri pretty hard. We're probably going to lose lane bottom to Nami, Lucian. Nami's pretty good into Rakan in general. The guy was first timing Urgot into Alawi. I feel like Alawi can definitely win that. I know, we had 2 inhibitors down. Like, it wasn't like we didn't know what to do, macro-wise. It was pretty simple. We had 2 inhibitors down. We should have just gone to go get the Baron. It shouldn't be that hard for a Diamond player, or like, Platinum players, I guess, at this point, to figure out what to do. Yeah, people do that in, like, Bronze. It shouldn't be happening in Platinum. I should have hard pinged him out of there, though. Come on, Riot. I don't think in Platinum people, like, playing scared after tier 2s are down is very common. I think people play too aggressively. and do stupid stuff, diving people behind tier 2s and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Oh, exactly, Alistair. We should have done Baron. Yes. Did they even rotate the free-to-play champs? I feel like there are some repeats. Nah, I don't think the Nautilus matters at this elo.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
Oh, it's never good. You never want to extend the games if you're ahead. You need to close. Yeah.
Let us hunt those who have fallen to darkness. We really have a Katarina support.
I mean, I'm not dodging. This is on my Smurf. We already had a dodge on our main, which is why I'm playing the game on the Smurf. Let's go Doran's.
Welcome to Summoner's
Could also go
Rift.
Cole. But I think we just gotta go Doran's. I mean, the biggest thing is I don't think Cole
30
has
seconds
HP on
until
it.
minions spawn. Magics.
You kind of need the HP for all ends. The lifesteal is also pretty good.
Beware.
Minions have spawned.
No, I do not have coronavirus.
I hear the innocent
Well,
cry
I
out.
don't know. Okay. I'm gonna save the ward trinket for Scuttle. It gives you a warding trinket automatically if you leave the base without one.
Those are to be feared.
I ain't supposed to get the full, but I reckon I can.
Guess I shouldn't have stayed there. Katarina, I have no fucking words. I shouldn't have stayed there. Cat wasn't there. That's it. Cat wasn't there, so I shouldn't have stayed there. I probably should have just walked all the way around and missed the first wave.
Evil lurks around every corner.
Ally has been slain.
Well, she got the range minion instead of the cannon minion. That's great.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Oh my god, it's so much harder to last hit. Holy,
I pass judgment.
without Cassiopeia.
Purge with silver.
It's so sick, it's sick.
The dark should fear me. In the dark, all is laid bare.
Dude, that's a huge fucking wave. What are you doing, dude? What the actual fuck is wrong with this kid?
Double kill.
Stay down.
An enemy has been slain.
I smell black magic.
An
I
enemy has been
cannot.
slain.
I just can't.
Beware.
This is just like as meme as it gets. Like the Katarina support that's fighting in like literally like 15 minions.
Has been slain.
All right.
Cleansing
Bro,
blood.
but like you see their team though, like it's all relative, right? Like I don't care if people are bad. I just want like a fairly matched game. Like they need to be attacking me through like 15 minions. That's all I want. If it's just gonna be bad, that's fine. I just want a fairly matched game. I mean, Exalted is saying people shouldn't be that good in this elo, which is true to an extent if it's like a literal new player, but you know, their team clearly has a little bit more experience. I mean, they're making a lot of mistakes too, but like not to that extent. You know what I mean?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Seriously?
An ally has been slain.
She like literally
Enemy has been
ints.
slain.
Literally ints. To KS me. Alright, I mean we can still win. There's, my god. Alright. Try, you know, and I do try to be patient with like newer players, but this is just like some of this stuff is just so like the Katarina support in general is like already, you know, a 9 out of 10 on the troll meter.
An enemy has been slain.
The shadows are to be feared.
Well, the problem is Lucian also has 2k in the bank, and he has 20 more CS because he has a support.
Evil lurks around it.
An ally has been slain.
Damn. Hoping I can get the angle on him. He's actually smart and dashed away from the wall, though. I was hoping he was gonna dash, like, just straight back into the wall.
Shut down.
They will be purified.
An enemy has been slain.
Maybe could have bilge watered him. Oh, God, if I just pinned him. That was really close.
Dark should fear me.
CS is just absolutely abysmal.
Shut down.
In the dark, all lead there. I smell black magics.
Damn it, he got his blade too. I was hoping I might have a little window on him there.
An ally has been slain.
Beware.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
I hear the innocent.
He's gonna
An
try to,
ally has been slain.
outplay, huh?
An enemy has been slain.
The shadows are to be feared.
I'm not sure if you're supposed to be maxing Q or maxing E these days.
An ally has been slain.
On wings of night.
Turret plating will soon fall. Killing spree.
Actually, what, okay, yeah, that's right.
Evil lurks around every corner.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
People say that, like, yeah, I'm a little more chill, like, in norms usually, man. But I still don't, like, want to waste my time. I want to get, like, good practice in, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I have fun in, like, competitive games, too, not, like, blowouts where everybody's trolling. I'm just not the kind of person that's like, oh, LOL, my teammate picked some ridiculous champ and went 0-20, you know?
Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
So it's not like I'm hyper freaked out about anything, but at the same time, it's like,
I smell
you know,
black
I'd like to be able to play a
magics.
decent game. It's like you go into the YMCA and play a pickup game of ball, and there's just some guy that just thinks it's hilarious to shoot, like, every time he touches the ball, to shoot, you know, a jump shot from 3/4 of the way across the court. Right? It's like, but dude, you can pass it every now and then, you know, or like, take a real shot. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a hater. That was so bad. It's such a fucking waste of time, though. Like, with the Katarina support, it's like...
Rampage.
Maybe we can win around somebody else. I don't know. I'm not, like, a great Vayne player, but it feels like it's a lot harder to carry, like, bad stuff. Obviously, that was a really bad sequence for me there. I should have just stuck on the Thresh. I couldn't get around the Thresh to get to the Lucian.
I hear the innocent cry.
It feels like Cassio's a lot easier to carry bad stuff with early on. Although I have a, you know, like I said, I've made plenty of bad plays too, but... Well, I'm not trusting her, but she's there. Like, she's fed him 7 kills. It doesn't matter if I trust her or not. Like, I have to try to go on that play anyways. It's like, you can believe in gravity or not, it's still, like, gonna pull you down. I mean, I don't think this has anything to do with matchups. It's not a great matchup for Vayne. I mean, nothing's really a great matchup for Vayne outside of Ezreal. Basically, playing her, you have to outplay everybody, pretty much. I'm just trying her out for fun. She's like at least within the conversation of viability, you know? Why? What? What are we doing? Maybe we don't even have ult.
In the dark, all is laid bare.
Shut down.
Huge wave bottom. Moo, get the wave, dude. There's like 200 gold sitting there, or more. Why couldn't I get in range? Was I out of mana? I was trying to E the Lucian into the wall. Maybe I was out of mana.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
Oh, he's 12 and 5.
I smell black magic.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I mean, it kind of does matter because I want my first win of the day so I can level this up. If I don't win, I don't get my first win of the day, and I don't want to have to play a bunch of games on this account. Because that first win of the day is a pretty big deal for, like, leveling. Is that where we're at right now? We're just going to take all the CS on our 5 and 10 cap. Support. I need to just go to a side lane, I'm pretty sure. The problem is if I go down there, then they're gonna do theirs. If she would have hit that, that would have been nice.
An ally has been slain.
I guess Thresh was trying to predict where we were going to flash or something on those last two hooks. I'm not really sure. Okay. So I can either go for Infinity Edge here. I'll go for Infinity Edge. Next.
Dark should fear me.
Could also go Bloodthirster for double lifesteal.
In the dark. Oh.
I know sometimes people go Phantom Dancer. Maybe I could go Bloodthirster.
Your team has destroyed.
I need some kind of defensive item.
An ally has been slain. Quadra kill. A summoner has disconnected.
smell black magic.
Got rid of her warding item. Doesn't even have wards. It's the AD warding. It's a warding item, is why it's important. I'm pinging it because she doesn't even have. She sold her warding item,
Judgment.
so she doesn't even have wards. Yeah, Katarina does healing reduction on her, I think on her ult, yeah.
I release them from their pain.
Oh my god.
They will be purified.
Your turret has been destroyed.
So let's go with IE anyways, and we'll get
An ally has been slain.
Phantom Dancer next.
We will look around every
Shut down.
You can still farm and keep the ward item. Like, once you complete, like the Relic Shield ward item, you can still farm as much as you want. I'm pretty sure, right? Or is there a limit? I don't know. I never actually troll that hard and try to get main farm. I mean, if he doesn't want to support, just tell me, bro. Like, just say, hey, I'm gonna troll if I support. Fucking hell. I do need my first win of the day, though, on this account. I'll play a snake game here. Yeah, Vayne, I don't know. I'm not that great on Vayne, but... it just feels too hard to punish, especially in the early game. What's cringe, bro? You want that in your game? You want to go play a game with Katarina that takes all your farm and refuses to ward? Like... I didn't say a thing to her. If she wants to play cat, that's fine. But, you know, she's going to keep ruining other games. I don't think that's cool. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't think that's something you should do, though. Maybe that's weird. Maybe, hey, you got her name right there. Send her a message, man. You could probably add her and play some games with her. Hey, that's fine though, man. Just send her a message. You can make a Smurf too. Just say, hey bro, pick that cat support, sell your ward item, and we'll have a great time. In bot lane. Play some League of Legends for fun. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much what Adam said. Like, these are Smurf accounts. It's not the same thing, Exalted. I didn't say anything to her. How was that toxic? All I said was that's not a viable way to play the game. What's toxic about that? I didn't type a single thing to her. Like, I'm in queue with people that have other accounts that know what they're doing, like, in the game. She just didn't want to play support. It's that simple. She didn't want to play support. She was mad she got placed there, so she just decided to troll the game. Like, that's it. I don't think there's anything much deeper than that. And I don't think that's okay. Though, you're an innocent. Let's go with this opener.
I like to leave a lasting
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Dude, just go duo with the person if you want to duo with them, man.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Like I said, it's not the cat pick. Like, I'm not thrilled about Katarina's support, but she sold the ward item and started taking all the farm. Like, that's the thing. That's the problem. Like, if you just want to play something weird to support and try it out, that's fine, but she didn't want to play support.
Minions have spawned.
I'll take care of everything.
Well, even if he has feelings, I didn't say anything to him in the entire game. Like, it's not like I was, like, cussing him out.
Spineless.
Like, I didn't say anything to him. Like, just because you're on a low-level account doesn't mean you can ruin the experience of everybody else. Like, it's just a total waste of time. So I'm practicing Cassiopeia. She's pretty good right now in the bot lane. She's really good at, you know, kind of a 1v9 style of AD carry. The problem with a lot of AD carries, especially lower elo, is that most of them require, like, a pretty good amount of peel from your support. The Cassiopeia is a little bit more standalone. She can kind of operate by herself really well. She also takes dragons really well, and there's a lot of AD running around in other roles, like in the jungle and the top lane. So it's nice to have an AP option in the bot lane. I mean, I don't know, man. Like I said, if you like that type of gameplay, if that's really fun for you, I mean, you can add the person. I don't think it's particularly fun to watch either. If I'm like, you know, watching, and I'm just like, oh, okay, let me see how this person plays Vayne, right? Let me see TSP like practice in Vayne. Once again, I made a lot of mistakes that game. I'm not trying to say that I didn't make mistakes. I definitely made a lot of mistakes. I'm not that great on Vayne. But if you're just like, oh, sweet, you know, I never get to see TSP play Vayne. Let me try this out. And then I basically don't get to play Vayne. Because the person, like, doesn't ward, doesn't pick anything that's, like, viable in the bot lane, so it's just a waste of 20 minutes. Like, it's not like it's just, like, I don't like playing in that type of environment. A lot of people don't like watching it either, because it's a waste of time. Like,
Never fall.
I'll be back soon. Miss me.
okay, I should have enough for a tier at least.
An enemy
So it's not,
has
like,
been
as
slain.
catastrophic as it could have been. So I have tier and teleport. Hey, Greek friend. I'm trying to... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying there. Oh my gosh, really? Hold on, I can't read all of that right now. I'm trying to decipher the grammar. Give me just 1 second here. Okay, nice. Missing way too much CS here.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
My attentions are needed elsewhere.
Professor, just hear you say that you need to change something in your game. Okay, so okay, so having said that I'm saying something, I need to improve something to climb, okay?
Careful now. I might.
Need to be much more aggressive. Okay, sure. I mean, I guess that's that's true of like any player. But yeah. I mean, I think I do that a lot.
Every problem is
But,
an
you know,
opportunity.
you're right that you could always do more of it. I think if you look at like an average platinum player or whatever, especially, that I do way more than that. But way more than the average. But I could definitely do even more than that. I mean, you can only be as aggressive as your team, as like your ADC will let you be, you know? Like if you ever watch my Rakan games, I go for quite a few W's most of the time in a lot of matchups, and just people never follow up on them. I think my problem actually is that I go for too many plays, like when I'm in Platinum, is that I try to engage too much. And I have a hard time just like chilling and farming it out if that's what the ADC wants to do. I try to force stuff too much sometimes. So I would say that I'm almost on the opposite end of the spectrum in a lot of games, where I try to force stuff rather than I'm not trying to do anything. But I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch a lot to, you know, see for sure. But I think, like, if I had to say one of the biggest things that I think is probably a consistent thing that I do, like I said, is probably about the opposite of that, which is, like, I expect too much of my teammates, and I try to make plays that require too much follow-up or too much, like, knowledge about macro. And I assume that my team is looking at the map as much as I am.
All life.
I thought she was going for it. Damn, that's rough.
I may leave, but I'm never gone.
Well, people say don't trust your team, and it's a 5v5 game. Like, you have to, like, try to make plays and do things with your team at some point. It's just like, how much is a reasonable amount to expect? Like, which kinds of plays you're going to make with them. I mean, I think I ping, like... I think I ping quite a lot. But, I mean, like... What you're saying is always true of every player at all times. Like, everyone could always communicate more, everyone could always ping more, you know? Like, there's always better stuff you can do, but you know, I'll say it's definitely at the forefront of my mind, that I'm always trying to look for ways to communicate more, so. Double mermaid? I mean, double people that don't have feet, I guess. I don't know if I'd call Cassiopeia a mermaid, but I see what you're saying. Double people with, like, slither bodies. I'm gonna come up here and get this blue. Pantheon's not gonna need that. I should probably be looking to do that more, getting those blues if the jungler's not like on top of it and if the mid doesn't need it.
Shut down.
Okay, I mean, dude, you realize there's actually a limit to the pings, right? You get 8 pings every so often. Like, and I actually do reach the limit on pings, like, pretty often if you watch. I'll, like, run out of pings when I'm trying to communicate something else. What's up, Ezreal Vayne?
An ally has
What do you mean am I actually playing ADC? Like, are you saying this doesn't count, or you don't think I should be playing ADC?
An ally has been slain.
Are you saying because the title, like, I don't know what, because I mean, I don't know what that means. Because it can't be literal, because I am actually, like, in the bot lane role right now with the support Nami. So I'm not sure what that means. Are you saying this is not, like, doesn't count? It's not like a physical damage dealer? I mean, oh, you're saying I shouldn't be playing ADC. Okay, that's why I was trying to clarify. I wasn't exactly sure what you meant. Well, I'm practicing it a little bit. I was on a dodge, so I've been working on it. Yeah, I should probably hang it up.
Double kill. Turret plating will soon
Not
fall.
sure if I can handle it or not. Oh, worst roll in the game? I mean, I'm not gonna argue too much with that because it is pretty bad. But I think that you know, if you play something that is decent at it, the thing is, like, somebody has to play sort of kind of the bad role. I mean, that's kind of why I started playing support back in season 3, or I guess later in season 2. It's because no one wanted to play it, and it was just like all autofill people and, like, you know, relatively weak players. Well, the Twitch pick, I don't always brag about Twitch. I say he's good right now, and he is. I don't have Twitch on this account, but Twitch is the type of champion that needs, like, a support also. Like, I like having Twitch on my team because I think I'm an okay support. But, like, if we get, like, the Katarina support that we had last game, then Twitch is not going to be good.
Be back soon. Miss me.
That Cassio is much more of a do-it-yourself. Like, there are certain kinds of ADCs that are a lot better if you have an actual support, and there are certain kinds that are way better if you're not sure what you're going to get, you know? I brag about Cassio bot lane way more than I brag about Twitch bot lane. I do think that Twitch is good if you have a good support, but I think Cassio is, like, borderline the best, especially if you're smurfing. Cassio is also ranked higher on my ADC tier list. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, she's been ranked higher on my ADC tier list for a very long time.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Well, I don't own those champs on this account, man.
Shut
I did
down.
play Misfortune earlier tonight. I'm not good on Aphelios. I haven't practiced him, and I really don't want to practice him because I think they're going to nerf him a lot. I don't want to spend time trying to learn something really complicated that's just going to get nerfed out. And Senna's, like, okay, but once again, I think you need a team with Senna. Like, she's not going to be, like, one of the strongest, like, 1v9 type of champions. Like, Cassio, if you get fed you can win outnumbered fights a lot. Like, you have a lot of tools for that. You have a lot of movement speed to reposition. You have really high sustained damage. You've got your ult so that you can make plays out of the bush. You can solo dragons. You can almost solo barons. Well, they have it warded, so I can't mess with that right now.
Double kill.
I mean, she has a high win rate. Like, she has a higher win rate than most AD carries. It might literally be every AD carry. Now, she doesn't have a high play rate. She's got a super high win rate also. So it's not like it's just me. She's been played professionally some. Once again, not a lot, but she has been played some professionally, so. In the ADC role, that is. And it's good to practice that style of champ anyways, because then if I do get filled and I do have to play middle, then I know a champ that's like pretty good. See, a lot of AD carries aren't going to be able to do that. Get wrecked, son. I don't think Ezreal's OP, but I think if you're really good on Ezreal, that Ezreal can be good. He's just a little slow. Like, Cassio does have tier as well, which is, you know, going to be on the slow side, but she does have, like, pretty high base damage. If you just have enough mana to keep cranking it. How much time we have left? 3 hours. I think that's probably got to be it for tonight. I'm good to go out on a relatively high note, I think. So we got to play a bunch of different stuff tonight. I guess that's good. That's the positive. We did end up losing games, as is typically the case when we play a bunch of different stuff. But at least we got some variety in there. Anyways, that's going to be it. Thank y'all very much for tuning in. As always, I appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow around 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll see you by next time.